There we go. Is that, yeah. What's up, everyone? Market is about to open. Volatility halt open. We'll see. Looks like even more pressure today on even higher volume, similar to what we were talking about yesterday. The market's coming up as well as large put hedges are dropping off and the short side's closing up shop. So, not only are we going to have some pressure from FTDs today, but we're also going to have a pretty decent active fund flow pushing, fighting uh, with those like authorized participants for that buy volume. So I am super fucking tired, and I'll be with you mentally in about 5 minutes. Yes, Anthony, they did. Remember that hedge to the upside, though, is still in place. So I guess my $9 BBY CSPs won't get assigned. You seem to have bad luck with this, Jason. I don't know. It's like fucking mint or some sort of. It's always just some sort of mint. Predictions for halts today? Maybe. Why not? Right? Ding ding. That was a good fill. Why is Twitter tanking? Shouldn't this be considered an arbitrage of sorts with the buy price at 54.20? It should be, but I think investors are losing confidence in the idea that the deal is going to go through, uh, especially over the last few days as Tesla's prices dropped and overall market conditions. Does this change anything about the May 20th lows of 60, 50, or is this still the same scenario? I don't think it changes anything about the low side. Elon declared he's put the deal on hold. Ooh. Crypto pack holders. Did Vero see approval? Or is it just running because there's some pressure on it? Up 28% this morning. I don't see any news for it, so I'm going to assume that it's just got a little bit of pressure on it. Did you sell your Airbnb puts? I probably got stopped out of them. My stop was pretty tight already. I don't even have that brokerage open yet. Did it bounce? Yeah, a little bit. I'm definitely stopped out. Should check that though because they have other shit over there. Yeah, I got stopped out at market open. Not the best fill, but it's fine. They were already really deep in the money, so. You see the thing about BBBY insiders selling off. I I don't know if that's such a bad thing. There is a morning DD. It's pinned to the top of the chat. Stefan. Could you explain the difference between May and June OPEX and which one carries more upside potential? Well, June OPEX is when futures expiration occurs. May OPEX is when the quarterly ETF options close. I think our potential is going to be mostly during June OPEX, but it's possible that we run in May OPEX. I just don't think they've built up enough ETF obligations to carry us forward or drive more price action, if you will. And tax withholdings? Oh, okay. Bear market over? No. It'll still be pretty volatile, I think. Yeah, so we just see the SPY slipping a little bit already. Your hold doesn't it lean towards the fundamentals viewpoint? I mean, yeah, it does. I mean, I'm definitely without a doubt I'm long GameStop 3 to 5 year holding window at least. Aware of the executive order on June 3rd that takes out all Chinese collateral from hedge funds. Dude, they bailed on that shit months ago. Previous covering periods were slow and steady. Some were. November 3rd wasn't, which was ETF FTDs. Also, remember at low prices, halts are more common, right? Not only that, we're more illiquid. You know, the prices have been low. People are retail's buying, if no one else. Make a fundamental analysis video on the long-term potential of GME. If they'd release some fucking forward guidance, yeah. Otherwise, it's just book value, which isn't very compelling. You can't find SPX on Vanguard options. What am I missing? I don't know. You can trade the SPY. They may not have the index options available, or you may not have them available at your options level. What happened to the massive puts on GME that had us all bearish end of Wednesday? Well, we stayed up most of the night before, and then I made note of it in the morning DD that it looked like a bull put spread. So somebody hedging a near-term move to the upside and a farther dated move to the downside. That appears to still be the case, although we do see some of it closed, and we do see call OI coming up, but mostly for today. So not a lot of far dated calls being bought, mostly just a lot of 0 DTE YOLOs. How do you always remember the specific dates of big run-ups? I've been doing this for over a year now. I eat, sleep, live, breathe GMA 24/7. That's how. Did your quant team review the options OI from those large 120, 140, and 70, 80 orders? Yes. Yesterday. What was to hypothetically play Juno OPEX? Are 617 calls sufficient to capture exposure, or do they need to be dated further out? Well, given that OPEX doesn't begin until after the OPEX covering period doesn't begin until after the 617 calls expire, then no, they're not sufficient. I traded the SPY in Vanguard, threatened to suspend my privileges because I was buying 0 DTE. Are you only options on GME now? No, I still have like an obscene number of shares. You plan to add your long position in the $60 range again? If we see the $60 range, yeah. I have CSPs already sold at 70 and 60. So, I mean, I'll either collect a lot of premium from them or I'll get assigned. It's like another 5,000 shares if I get assigned. FTD still lingering today. No, ongoing, not lingering. There are more. 321 halt alert. No, we're not near a halt yet. It was open, 99. Nowhere near a halt. The barometer ready? I just want to see buy pressure because I have 0 DTE options. It's harder to see on Hankinashis. Oh, GME seem like free money. Ugh. Fuck, I'm tired. Ah. Fucking price is moving too fast for the options updates. Ugh. Oh, this is fun. Those 85s yesterday were a fucking great idea. All right. I have a theory why GME and more meme stocks will run on June 3rd or a bit prior. Does it align with your theory on the next run? No. Why? Why June 3rd? Because it's after the split announcement? I mean, that's not like fucking groundbreaking or anything, dude. Strategies for 0 DTE CCs today. Risky. At least until we've confirmed a breakdown. Where's Gaff? I'll give him shit. All right, now I can relax. Spy call's doing. Bro, this stock is crazy. Crazy predictable. They're gonna bounce, maybe. We'll see. 1.57 million volume in the first 18 minutes. Still think we hit 50, 60 something some point before the 20th. I don't know if we're going to hit 50 or 60, but that's where their hedge is. They're hedging as low as 55. But remember, they hedged this run up to like 140. So, you know, they're obviously their hedges are in the outer limits of possible price action. Um, I think 73 around Vega neutral is likely where our floor will lie. 73, 72. If we drop lower, I mean, I'll keep buying, but it'll be hard for them to push us below Vega neutral without rebalancing their volatility swaps. Solar flare fed wire gang. Thanks, Gage. Yeah, I've heard the fucking June 3rd DD. It's dumb. It's super big dumb. The fucking all of the major US funds shed their Chinese assets months ago. They still have some exposure, but it's not nearly as extensive as it was. They've been pulling money out of everything. They're just sitting on the sidelines with cash at this point. June 3rd is that guy Boss Blunt's prediction. He's a fucking moron. Where are people are whatever. Wasn't he telling everyone to buy fucking AMC? Now he's trying to cover GameStop. Desperate YouTubers are fucking cringy. Do you think we'll hit 250 in the next 40 years? Sure, dude. How do you check hedge positions? You can see it. Options data is public. Explain a bit how you correctly predicted this run up. What indicators? What? It's just fucking FTDs. It's just counting. It's not even hard. I even wrote a DD on how to fucking count them. Gherkin, I made money today. I'm gonna lose it all. Congratulations, Pop CERN. What do I target for the second bounce? 105? I'm gonna buy a couple of these. Yeah, I know they fucking expire today. Get out of here. It's on Pickle Financial. Someone fucking reposted it last night. Christine Lagarde's scarf. It's an ascot. Thank you so much for being a billionaire. Cheers to you. Thanks for not being a desperate streamer. Always keeping it real. No problem, man. But you can't predict black swan events that might already be boiling. Sure, I can't. You're right. No one can. So what would make anybody more right about black swan events than me if no one can predict them? Did I tell you BlackRock Vanguard sold Chinese collateral? They entered the Chinese market more. They added more money to the Chinese market like last August, and then they fucking started pulling it back in November. But yeah, they've been bailing on Chinese stocks ever since the fucking Evergrande thing started. Look at the performance and all the like Baidu, Baba, Didi, and look at the institutional sell-offs in their Chinese collateral, and they're not only their bond positions, but their equity positions as well. Dude, remember when you're finding out about shit happening, they're fucking 20 steps ahead of you. You don't think BlackRock and Vanguard know about executive orders that are going to be approved? They're the two of the largest financial institutions in the entire fucking country. If you think you're getting fucking news before them, you're out of your mind. And there's a good chance that if an executive order is being approved, they had a hand in getting it approved. Nothing fucking happens without their say-so. You know how many fucking Congress people and senators they own? Who do you think's giving Pelosi her tips? Pelosi's husband. It's alright, Esrel. It was gonna happen anyway. Fucking people wrapping the tinfoil on way too tight. The system's broken, but it's working to my advantage this time. No. Kenny's faced with some degenerate zero TETs. Got back when I lost paper handing yesterday at market open. Drinks on me, boys. Fuck yeah, Roadhouse Patrick Swayze. That wasn't you that set me off. It's the other fucking conspiracy theorists. Don't you guys have a subreddit or something? Why don't you write a DD on it? Too early to deal with this shit. I don't like this fucking breakout at all. So we bounce higher. Hmm. It looks like we're moving with active funds in it again. So I would say most of their FTD covering probably covered now. Or it's looking like it, given that we're now kind of tracking with the SPY again. See if we bounce here like the SPY does. If a stock split occurs, how does that affect the cycles of OPEX, ETF, FTDs afterwards? Well, it depends, Nesquick, on, you know, if lenders share recall, first of all, that would obviously cause a disruption to the cycles. If people sell in a more liquid environment, there's, you know, a lot of studies done on long-term holders post stock split, and there's generally a lot of liquidity that re-enters the market because people sell out. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. If people continue to buy and hold and buy more, and the split only serves to generate even more purchasing, then there's no reason for the cycles to stop, because the people that the parties that are interested in the cycles continuing will continue to make money off of them regardless of the price. We became a zillionaire last night. Can I get a song? Fuck yeah, dude. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
I believe you, man. Don't worry about it. You're good. That's real. No problem, Acer. Thank you so much, dude. Cat Mote, thank you for becoming a zillionaire. I appreciate it, man. I'll get you your own song here in a second. I'm an idiot. I thought I was gonna run more. I'm a bad DJ. Shame me. It's okay. I mean, it's definitely possible the SPY breaks up above 400 today, and if it does, and they don't get us shorted down too low before then, I think we can see another high. You know, yesterday we still ended up positive, right? We never broke up above our initial run, but you know, we still trended up throughout the rest of the day. So as long as you're like relatively close to the money, you should be okay. And if the market pushes up hard, we will too. Never done this before. Tap tap. Is this thing on? I just wanted to say that I also made some money today. Thanks to you helping me make my own better decisions. Keep what you're doing, man. I can feel the wrinkles forming every day. Thank you so much, man. Cage has become a zillionaire too. Thank you, Cage. Thank you guys for the memberships. I appreciate it. Let me get more songs going. Where the fuck is Ben? Ah! I can search for him again. This is awesome. Except nothing's loading. Is Discord down? I did it. I officially made profit on an options play. Congratulations, man. Hey, I found it.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
We can't be a cult. It's impossible.
You think a $30 to $40 drop is possible in just a week? I mean, yeah, it is. We don't know how low they're going to try to push us, right? Historically, we will see a lower low. Before June OPEX. Likely off of the shareholders meeting on the 3rd. That's doesn't always line up, but that's their best opportunity to try to short us, especially if any liquidity is dumped, right? But where was I going with this? We do know where the hedge is. So we do know that they're hedging from 75 down to like 55. So they were expecting a price drop into this range, but remember they entered these puts and they were out of the money. So, you know, they'll profit off of them even if we only go to like 72, 73. And they may just profit off of them anyway because of the massive bump in IV from the point at which they entered them. Are we still tracking Wyckoff? I mean, we're tracking an accumulation period, possibly, but we're not I wouldn't say that we're tracking uh, distribution anymore. I mean, distribution broke down when we fell below 126.70. And it was really in line with institutions pulling in like their speculative and growth interest out of the entire sector. It wasn't just GME, right? Like at the same time we drop through 126 on a macro scale, we see institutions bailing on food and commodities, oil, gold, silver, um, you know, everything. They're just pulling money off the table. And, you know, GameStop is definitely going to be one of the places where they pull money off the table because it is a risky investment from an institutional standpoint. How do we invest in aluminum with all of the hat production? There's got to be money made. I would look into aluminum recyclers. You know, Russia's like the world's largest exporter of aluminum, right? I expect aluminum prices will rise. I'll, if you GM me, I'll give you a few tickers that I've been watching. Yeah, I don't think we're done yet. But will largely depend on the SPY's ability to start pushing up. I think if the SPY breaks 400, we might be in for kind of a crazy day. EPAM's coming back up. I don't know if anybody was following this with me, but it's already had like a nice like $30 move. Home Depot is moving up to break back through that $300 mark, which is nice. Cat's continuing to bounce on its support. How's AMD performing? AMD's doing good. It bounced off that low resistance yesterday. I'd watch this EMA 30 at like 95.03. That's kind of beyond that's a little risky. What else? Wheat down a little today because of the rally. What's BBBY doing? Little bounce. The worst. Hmm. Bobo's having a good day. Oh, I bought into some Tesla calls. I'm targeting 800 um for like next week, about June 17th. Um it looks okay. But I'd be careful with Tesla right now. Still overvalued. Can I report myself? Yeah, I guess you could like log in with a different account and then report yourself. Do new device targets allow? New price targets alone push lower cap stocks 30% often. Very moving because Jeffries moved the price target to 55. I mean, there's just going to be speculation that they're going to be approved for the emergency FDA thing, right, Luigi? So if they are, then, and they do get approved, I could see the stock hitting 55. When is the 70s expected again? Later next week. '80s. Let's say '80s, maybe into the '70s. Remember, Vega neutral's at 73, and we've never dropped below it. It's almost like hedge funds are really good at making money. Yeah, that's what they do. Is the tracking DD up on Pickle Financial? Yeah. I think someone reposted it last night. It was on the old sub that we moved away from. So that's why we're having kind of a hard time finding it yesterday. Hey, Girk, I made enough on the run this morning to break even on the trades I lost on the past few weeks. I finally caught a small wave to ride on. Hopefully more FTDs are to come. Thanks again for showing up and showing out. Much love. Thank you, Rodriguez. That's awesome, man. I'm glad you're at break even. Mickey Drake, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, dude. Thanks for the knowledge. Hold myself, didn't chase, took profits. Unlike March. Nice, dude. Congratulations. Did you check my video? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm not super interested in the video this quarter. AMD had better earnings, but it's bouncing. It's got, yeah, I mean, the support there is decent. The support where it's moving up from right now is not very good. I wouldn't have a lot of confidence in it until it crossed 178 and started to get back more in line with its, like June of last year price action. So I'd watch out for that. If it doesn't cross 178, it could just slip back down even further. Oop, here we go. Double bottom. SPY still can't cross 400. Come on, what the fuck? Move it. Luna, goodbye or goodbye. I wouldn't fuck with it. Seems like a good way to lose money. It's not as this is, I mean, this isn't really a reliable amount of consolidation. Like, we've broken to the upside, but it looks weak. And if we don't get flow from active funds, so if the SPY can't break out, it's very unlikely that we will. So I think we're kind of depending on that test on the market for, more active fund flow to come in. What's your next week prediction? I mean, I don't know. A lot of things can change today, but I think we'll have, the GEX exposure from all of this price action to the upside for the next T+2, and then by Wednesday of next week, we can start to see some downside back below 100. Remember, we still have pretty elevated FTDs on the ETF side until the 19th, which is from April 1st, and then April 1st is the last like big volume day. Why is everyone so panicked about going down a little bit? It doesn't mean like OPEX is over or anything. Just another buy opportunity. Be warned though that if there is an IV drop, it will be brief because they pile into those to get calls. So if they're able to crush IV below 100, it likely won't last long. Maybe a couple hours. You selling CCs or buying puts for next week? Not puts, probably. I'll probably sell some CCs though, into the 20th. SPX 4070. Eight are a good buy based on squeeze technicals. No. It's super risky and probably won't squeeze very much. I'm not saying it doesn't have any upside. It might, but I don't think you're going to see a short squeeze on it. We'll wait on the SPY if it cracked 400. Overbought on RSI. I mean, it needs to consolidate a bit. I think hopefully it just consolidates at 400 when we see it hold this line like it's doing, and then push up. For now, this is bullish. Yeah, RSI is no longer overbought, at least not on the 1 minute. And only the RSI 6 is really showing overbought on the 5. So let's say a retest of 399 maybe, or maybe a dip back to the EMA 30. Yeah, say like a dip back to the EMA 30 before it tries to retest. Although if there's big sell walls, sometimes they do this. I don't really see any big sell walls here, but this is something you'll see from longs when there's big sell walls at a specific price point, especially important resistances. They'll bring the price up to the resistance and they'll continuously test it, right? And then they'll kind of let it fall and let the shorts hop in and like start winning, and then they'll slam the ask. Lovely points out it all depends on the SPY, and then we'll watch the chart. I mean, the charts aren't going to be too dissimilar. Like GameStop's moving in a wider range, but it's still just pushing up against the same, like this 101 resistance, right? In the green room, there was a telephone and a red balloon and a picture of a cow jumping over the moon. Thank you, Andrew Johnson. I appreciate it. You think cat's a good entry here? It looks like it's, dude, everything's turning around. There's one thing you can change about the markets. What would it be? Instantaneous settlement. T+0. All of the manipulation and bullshit and synthetic shares and ETF, FTD laundering, all of it made possible by the fact that we don't have instant settlement, that they're able to take advantage of things like, you know, these T+6, T+2, T+3 windows, and the, you know, Reg T is the worst part about it, giving them an additional 35 calendar days on top of it to settle their fucking trades. Unfortunately, the exchanges will never allow that. I wrote a DD like last weekend on what I expected in the GME's upcoming price improvement. When you say IV lower than 100, do you mean 100%? Yeah, 100% IV 30. Yeah, it's very high right now. I mean, I imagine the lowest lows for the cycle will come after the shareholders meeting. Because this is where IV will crush. And then they can drop it to get into their long positions. Because remember, they want that gamma exposure for OPEX. All right, so yeah, we tested the EMA 30 here. So see how they let it like dip and then they are hitting it with buy pressure now? If we're gonna break out a 400 on the SPY, it's likely gonna be here. Fuck, man, that's a struggle. Yeah, we'll watch it. We'll watch J-Pow breathe life back into the market like Amy Lee of Evanescence. I think there's a new wave of ADR pushers now that BBIG pushers have left. I mean, if you don't like ADR, short the peak. It's probably more reliably profitable. Hey, look at me doing correct. God, I'm good at stocks. We need esports teams for stock trading. I just called to say I love you, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. P.S. Where's the water keg today? I don't know. It's over here. The exchanges ran on smart contracts, so there'd be instant settlement. Like blockchain exchange? No. They won't switch to a blockchain exchange because they won't that would force instant settlement. They don't want that. That would mean no liquidity provisions, right? So it's fine to have liquidity provisions, but make sure that they're only intraday. Like no carrying over of, you know, created liquidity. That should be net settled at the end of every fucking day. It's bullshit that it's not. And all of our problems tie to that directly. All of the problems with GameStop, all of the manipulation in the market for the most part, in the stocks that we watch, is tied to that carryover of liquidity creation, right? So, you know, either through ETFs or bona fide market making, all of that liquidity creation not settling the same day it's created means that it's dragging out for these 45-day periods plus, where they can then capitalize on the arbitrage, buying back shares 20% lower than they created them at. So not only naked shorting, but giving themselves enough time to profit off of that naked short. And it's all legal. It's all above board. It's immoral and unfair, but max pain on the SPY is 400. It's already changed today. There's a massive amount of put positions expiring today, a user. So expect those to be sold off, especially the 0 DTEs, and that'll raise max pain for today up. I see you saying things about rounded bottom breakouts. It's just accumulation. It'd be good to take some profits on BBBY today, or you think it's going to drop next week too? I'm not really trading BBBY, so it'll likely follow a similar pattern to GameStop to some degree. You made that all up. Shill. How do you do that? What, oh, the SPY breakout? I'm good at stocks. Now let's see if we get enough active fund pressure for GameStop to break out too. First time paper trading because you I'm up 106% since Monday. So I put on the SPY right at the bottom. I'm happy to know you. Thanks, Mo. Does that mean you're going to wait till after the shareholder meeting to get into your OPEX position? Yeah, probably. Remember, my timing for moving into my position is not necessarily going to be advantageous for you individually, right? So like just trying to mirror my trade may not be the best. First of all, I'm willing to wait. I don't give a shit. I'll fucking buy calls while it's running up. It's not like I have to maintain a cost point on my entry. I tune in every morning now, and I just have to say I learned more than last week than before. Love the stream. Thanks, man. I'll definitely sub once my wife's boyfriend gives me money. Just take it out of his wallet when he's sleeping. That seems to be the best way. The GTCC already has a capability to do instant settlement. The brokers just don't want it. I mean, neither do the exchanges, right? Like NYSE, NASDAQ, they don't want instant settlement either. My dad used to work with the international exchange team. T plus 2 is literally only so that exchanges can gain pennies on interest for holding positions. Yeah. Fucking sweet, sweet arbitrage, Mr. Carl. I mean to say that Citadel is capitalizing on this massive inefficiency in the market? Say it ain't so. I mean, we are too, right? Oh, recession not over. It's just the market can and likely will continue to slide down. It'll just be a few weeks. Remember, if there's anything that you guys want clipped and I miss it, there's a clips channel on the Discord where you can put in the timestamps and I'll get it clipped and posted. I'm like 4 minutes behind on chat. It's not a commodity. I'm trying to understand. They took a big hit because of the war in Ukraine, but their earnings have been phenomenal. So they're continuing to maintain a very very steady cash flow, regardless of not only the war, but you know the downturn in the economy as well, which is that's a good stock. Like people, institutions and stuff will identify that as a good opportunity and pile into it. So yeah, I do understand it's not a commodity, but it presents very good value. Reliable, consistent income generation is same like value. Can confirm I tried to mirror and failed. Now I just front run you. Post split, will any of our cost adjusted support resistances remain or will they all be worthless? I mean, they should theoretically. It's okay. We can find new ones. So say you have no GME at the moment. When's the latest you would wait to buy in? I would probably want a cost basis average through the period of the shareholders meeting. Depending on the low we see before the shareholders meeting, I would probably be looking to start buying then, and then I'd probably buy through till June OPEX, and hopefully nail the bottom. But if they announce a split before OPEX, the split's going to occur before OPEX, that could drive a lot of price action in advance of the quarterly expiration. So be aware of that. Timing will be much more difficult, I think, this time around, and volatility will be a little crazy. Spy fail? Yeah, piece of shit. Come on. We're just gonna do this real fucking slow all day. This is not bullish. Docu moving quite hard. Yeah, I mean, it's super undervalued at those prices. They make a lot of money. I mean, I really think the prices on Docu the last few weeks have been pretty unfair. I'm not interested in owning it like long term right now. Maybe in a few months I'll look into a long position in it, but um, I'm also not very confident on moves to the upside unless it breaks back through that $90 resistance. So too risky here in like the 70 to like the 70 to 90 range. Although we piled into it last time at 75 and it was very, very profitable. Grandma Max is Dolores, age 74 years in the Midwest, who's been holding 5K shares of GME since 2004. Come in here and try to pump your crypto, and I'll ban you, Ash. You're gonna get flooded by fucking crypto bots today because of people trying to pump their positions in fucking Luna. Sorry, I know I'm missing a lot of comments, but the chat's going crazy. Still thinking some May OPEX action? Not really. No. I mean, it's possible, but I mean, I think we'll see some action next week, but not the following week. I think there's a lot of risk going into this shareholders meeting for them, and I can't see them wanting the price high when we move into it. It's too dangerous. And their current hedges don't imply that, you know, that's what they're expecting. I'm not calling you the rounded bottom breakout kid. I don't care about rounded bottom breakouts. Stop talking to me about them, Fadafin. Just keep your rounded bottom breakouts to yourself. What's Luna and why is it a Ponzi scheme? Always a new play for the rubes. I mean, those are great, right? Because you can just short the top and make a shitload of money after they all paper hand. Have you heard of this new crypto called Lara? I heard about it at the bar. Fuck you, NW. Lara bars are disgusting. Why so serious? Thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. Honorary Pigeonwell Pigeon Teeth for MOASS. Thank you for becoming a Long Johnson, sir. It's appreciated. Do you have a clip of what happens to options during a split, dividend versus offering? No, but we could make one. Someone forgot to pay the dislike bot bill. 710K likes so far. Not a single dislike. Oh no. The bots are dead. Who's going to upvote the bats' posts? Terrible. With Must News on Twitter deal apparently falling apart, you think there's any sort of play or stay away? I'd stay the fuck away from it. It's risky. Is is it the negative pressure from the bull put spread that we see after a big chunk of ETF FTDs is covered after our morning runs? I mean, a bull put spread is near term bullish, right? Those are sold puts at the 120, 145 strikes, not purchased. So when they shed those, right, then and we'll see those get shed in the put call ratios because they're huge positions. Then and they shed some yesterday. But then we'll see less of that bullish price pressure. If you guys could like the stream, it's a big help. Something along those lines, whatever. Why are people surprised that Elon's grand business plans for Twitter was a scam? This is actually like Tesla going private scheme, or actually Tesla as a company. Didn't I call it out as being like a big fucking hoodwink scam, like right from the beginning? I feel like I said a lot about that, and all the fucking Elon dick riders got all pissed at me. Did you take a look at ACI? I got in at IPO and considering buying more on a good dip. Also, TinderX mod. ACI. I don't really like IPOs, so if it's... Oh, Albertsons? Albertsons is fine. It's like a food stock, right? Nice buy-in. You're at a pretty solid resistance here. I mean, if we're gonna see a recession, all of these are gonna move up. Although Cerberus supposedly kind of shady, and I think they're the ones that bought this out. So if it does start to see a lot of value, I'd be careful with my position because they may, do some sell-offs or something like that. We broke down from that uptrend. I was saying it wasn't looking too bullish, so. Just hit the dislike and move on with your life, Mike Mia. Don't straddle it. Just choose. What's your opinion on BBY insider sells? It seemed to be related to something to do with taxes. I don't think it's a big deal. And frankly, if the board started selling out, I don't think I'd care. It's not like they're doing a good fucking job. I think Tesla is about to break up past 775 or rejected from here. I mean, I have calls at 800 for June, so we'll see. I'm up, which is nice. Not a lot. I really need to close those fucking covered calls I sold and the naked ones. Not that I think Tesla's ever going to go back to 1250 and that they're not going to expire worthless, but still. They're already up like 90%. There's no reason for me to take the risk for another 2 months. I liked the stream and in general. I like you too. Thanks, sweet and sour. Man, the second round of zero DTEs always seem to be losers. You buy more BBBY? I don't know. We'll see. The problem is it's almost better to buy it right now than to sell covered calls on it, because even if I sell covered calls, I'm only lowering my positional value by like 15 cents a week, which is, I mean, not the worst, but it's kind of terrible. And if I buy, I can lower my cost basis significantly. So I'll probably buy some more soon. I kind of have a lot of it already, though. Sorry if I'm annoying, but I was wondering. No, you're not. You're fine. The proposed reverse split on SoFi is helpful for longs. I knew there was theories it could be good for GME, but I didn't know if it applies to other stocks. Generally, no. SoFi is pretty significantly sold short. I wonder. It could benefit them. I mean, they need to reduce their number of shares outstanding anyway. They traded a ridiculously low price. Possibly. I'd have to look more into SoFi's financials, which I haven't really particularly cared about. Very over 15 and climbing. Nice. Are you still holding your June GME calls for Gex next week? Yeah, I sold them on the test of 108. Veru has a gap fill near 4. I mean, it doesn't matter, though. It doesn't have to fill. Not all gaps fill. Some of them last forever. When BBBY boom boom? I know, we'll see. I still think it's really compelling if Cohen's willing to either buy more of it, or if GameStop were to buy it out. I have the money. Maybe another share offering and then buy it out. Wouldn't what be bad? Why would GME buy BBBY? There's no benefit. Yes, there is. They have assets. Heavily discounted assets. Hey, Gork, long-time bag holder here. Just want to ask a quick question if you don't mind. What's the best material to use for shielding the inside of a tokamak nuclear fusion reactor? Thank you. I'd imagine some sort of ceramic. Maybe aerogel. I think that's pretty heat resistant. Jimmy bought Loop Ring. No, I don't think so. That seems to be, that sounds like super stonk speculation. IMX, I think they're eventually buying. It's like part of the deal. You expect more ETF FTDs next week? Yes. Also, you know, if we close at like 100 or so today, there's going to be gamma exposure. It'd be a huge move for them to buy BBBY. It would also give them access to a fantastic distribution network and inventory storage for very cheap. Not to mention, you know, marginable assets, big fat assets. They just need to clear the debt. If the debt on BBY gets cleared out, it's a pretty valuable company. What about like aerogel layered between ceramic plates? To protect them from the neutrons, but also create like an insulated shield. Sell CSPs on BBY? You can, yeah. It's not terrible. Aerogel? Did you also work for NASA? How do you know so much about so many things? I'm still trying to wrap my head around you being ambidextrous. I don't know. And I'm like ambidextrous in the sense that I can write words with my left hand, but I can't do it for long. I like try to write like a letter or a paper with my left hand. It gets all tired. Like the there isn't like the muscle memory, right? I don't. I just read a lot. You clearly know about aerogels too. Why is that? Are they not common knowledge? You can just use poor people to absorb the heat and radiation. Is your font for each hand the same or very distinct? I don't know. It's like neater with my left hand because I have to go slower. Like it takes more concentration. Gherk equals Rain Man. I think that's an insult. I'm not sure. Says it continuously use ETF share creation to create liquidity. Then why has the share offering in June so detrimental to MOASS? Unless I misunderstand, I am admittedly quite slow. Why is the share offering detrimental to MOASS? Because it creates more liquidity. Uh, so, if you look at long-term shareholdings post split in almost any company, you see insiders, not only insiders more encouraged to sell, retail investors also sell more, institutions sell more. With lower float mid cap stocks, you tend to see a lot of holding, right? But when they split out, the stock becomes more liquid naturally because the psychological effect of, well, I have so many more, why not sell a few? Even though there's really no actual change in the value of the assets, you just simply have more of them. It still encourages some degree of selling. And it's not the split itself that defeats the potential of MOASS, it's the infinite liquidity in ETFs that does. And if GameStop were to be moved up, right? Say we do well post split, stock price goes right back up to like 100, or 150, and GameStop starts to get moved into even bigger indexes, with even more ETF liquidity. The more liquidity you have, the less likely a squeeze is. Squeezes are, essentially a liquidity crunch that begins at the FTD level. This is why AMC never had a fucking chance in hell of actually squeezing. The best price action it ever saw was when Citadel flipped long on it. Sell so many CCs with split shares. Yeah. Maybe as a compliment, it's a movie. It has an amazing memory. I've seen the movie at some point. It's got like Tom Cruise and Dustin Hoffman in it, right? Is there hope that post split the stock becomes similarly illiquid with more retail ownership at lower prices? Yeah, that's possible. I appreciate the compliment. Thank you, Trina. I know, I understand. I'm now the proud owner of 343 BBY shares. If only I could sell CCs. If only they were worth anything. That's the problem with CCs on BBY right now. They're not, the payout isn't worth the risk. You think shorts are getting squeezed across the market today? Not squeezed, but they're bailing on a lot of positions. They have a lot of, there's a lot of market expiration for put positions today. And, when the MMs reposition, it's going to drive price action, probably through next week. There's even more on the 20th. And it's interesting because, and somebody brought this up yesterday, because there's so many market-wide sell-offs, all the funds should be super liquid right now. They've been pulling, they've been selling off assets like crazy for the last few weeks. And if they are, they're not going to really run into any issues with SLD. So they're not going to have to sell any assets in order to maintain their liquidity deposits, which means that SLD this month may not have much of an effect on the S&P, or well, any of the indices really. I sold GME CCs for weeks now. I use that money to buy BBY. I sold BBY CCs as well. Now I buy Tesla shares slowly each week. Thank you for your calmness and DD. Nice, dude. Congratulations. That's what you do. You use money to make more money, and then you use that money to make even more money. It's just constantly compounding until you become disillusioned with it. Weren't we really close to bear market territory yesterday afternoon? Yeah. But remember, there's a time limit to a lot of those positions. So, why was last year's share offering in June detrimental to MOASS if they can use ETF share creation anyway to create liquidity? I appreciate the answer about splits, though. That was informative. Oh, the share offering was bad because it wasn't so much that the share offering was super terrible. Remember, it was followed by an even larger liquidity dump from our move from the Russell 2000 to the 1000, the S&P 600 to the 400, which actually tied up GME liquidity. It's probably the only reason that the cycles are still occurring and still stable is because, we're now way less liquid in ETFs than we were previous to June, right? So even though all that liquidity got dumped onto the market from June to July, our ETF liquidity is now much lower. And so we see this massive pressure in our ETF liquidity, but almost no FTDs remaining on GameStop's common stock at all. And that was what the share offering and the ETF liquidity dump in June and July propagated was, we saw GameStop FTDs go from, millions a day to almost fucking nothing. And we've never seen them really come back. Most of our price movement now purely due to volatility positions in ETFs. I'm not saying shorts don't exist, but if they do, they don't exist on GameStop directly, right? They're either through ETFs or they're through, long-term derivatives. And, a forward split, while it will cause a rebalancing of those, net asset pools in the ETFs and possibly a rebalancing of those forward, total return swaps, it may not cause enough pressure to force them to close those positions. And I see ways for them to get out of it using the same system of manipulation they use to propagate these volatility cycles. How did you find EPAM in the first place? Oh, Gaff told me about it. He works, I think he works with like some European finance company. What if they split 3-1 and retail just buys DRS 66% of the new shares? Buys and DRS is 66% of the new shares. We go back to the same liquidity, except that retailers will own a shitload more of the stock. Yeah, it's possible. I'm not saying that's impossible. It's possible that, you know, a share split will just drive a new wave of FOMO into GameStop at cheaper prices. Don't forget, there's a shitload of AMC investors that have become very disillusioned with their corporate management. And, you know, if it's a fair swap from, you know, AMC's price to GMC's price, or it's relatively close, we could see a lot of them, you know, sell and move over. So I'm not saying there isn't potential in it. There is. What I'm trying to get across to people is that there are ways to defeat it, and it's not a guarantee. Because I really think that people need to understand that more than they need to be pumped full of hopium and the idea that it's going to trigger a short squeeze. Because you know, for the last year, the idea that a short squeeze was right around the corner has been not to the benefit of retail investors. Yeah, I have like 500 shares, Stefan. I bought in yesterday. I also bought for the last run up, but not as many. I think like 200 shares. They're able to escape MOASS at the forward split. Do you think the cycles will be continued? I think the cycles will continue as long as the liquidity remains low enough that they can manipulate the volatility. So as long as it remains profitable, they will continue the cycles. When it's no longer profitable, they will stop. Have you been on the AMC subreddit recently? No. Try to avoid anything to do with it. They have no idea what's going on. I'm aware. Some do, though. I get excited when I realize I can make thousands a week, and then get sad almost immediately when I realize I have to throw half to the government. Cheer me up, Girk. If you weren't making thousands a week, you wouldn't have to pay the government, but you also wouldn't be making thousands a week. The idea that, like, you don't trade because you don't want to pay taxes is stupid. Because if you're paying taxes, it means you're making money. You still have more money than you started with. That's a win, right? Like, I don't fucking understand. People are like, cap gains tax. Move to Puerto Rico. You don't have to pay federal cap gains. You have to live in Puerto Rico. It's not that bad. Although a lot of people don't like it. There's a reason that a recall might not occur because MMs can just satisfy the dividend with synthetics. I mean, not MMs, but yeah, it's possible. And yes, but we would need a run up in advance of the split. So we need a big run before the split to provide the liquidity in ETFs for them to use synthetics to roll it out T plus 6 plus 35, C plus 3 days. And then we would have another run up. post split. I still think this is probably the most likely scenario because they can. Christian Desjarlais, thank you so much. I appreciate the membership. Message me on the Discord, anybody who's like a new member, and I'll get you the instructions for opening up the private channels. Dude, nobody's paying 50% to the government. Start an S Corp or something. Jesus. Whenever I tell people I trade, they're always like, you know, you have to pay taxes on that. I'm like, why do you work at Boeing? You know, you have to pay taxes on your salary. Yeah, not to mention you don't have to pay taxes up front, right? So you can take that taxable income and put it into like safe, slow value investments and, you know, make a percentage back on that, you know, that money you've put aside for taxes. So instead of, you know, all your fucking money going to the IRS every year and waiting for a refund while they fucking hold your money for a year and make interest on it, you can just make the interest on the money. I'm not gonna get into tax shit. BYTA, if you wouldn't mind. I'm practicing what you taught a while ago. Descending triangle converging in 20 minutes. Keeps them moving lower on the list. It looks okay if it bounces here. Spy still fighting for 400? Jesus Christ. Can we score killer wheat TA? I made a clip of it, Herva. You can check the daily TA on wheat every day now. Thanks, man. Can I get a Gregorian chant for my Billionaire song? Sure. What? How do you handle your tax escrow money? Well, in this market, I sure as fuck wouldn't buy the SPY. But you know, there's like you can look into like bond yields. Usually, it would be better than a CD, especially if you can defer. You don't want variable rate bonds though. You want fixed. Is a vegetable oil shortage coming because of Ukraine? What do you think of corn? It's compelling. I mean, I'm on JJG, which is the whole grain sub index. But specifically exposure to corn's not bad. I think there'll be a shortage. Also because of the fertilizers, like we're very, very low on fertilizer this year. So that'll put even more pressure on corn. That one play may be a little more compelling now with them push into biofuels. The problem is, the government's pushing for biofuel usage, but we have a fucking grain shortage. So, like, incoming. So it's really not fucking helping anybody. So far out of the money, CSPs on GME for escrow money. Yeah, you could. I think this breakout is bullish. A little bit. You think GME touches 115 Monday or Tuesday? I mean, right now they're trying to prevent us from going over gamma neutral at like 108. Like 107, 108. Into the end of the day, most likely they'll try to maintain that line. Once those calls fall off at the end of the day today, and gamma neutral moves up a little bit, I think earlier next week they'll be more comfortable with running the price above it. It's kind of hard for them to get us back below gamma neutral too, right? Because it incentivizes long pressure, and then they have to fight back against the MM to drop the price. So if ideally, if they can, they'll keep it under gamma neutral while they cover FTDs, which is the purpose of their hedge, is in case it slips over gamma neutral. And then they'll drive the price back down as soon as they're done covering FTDs. So that's what's best for their position. We'll see if they can accomplish it. They don't always. I know everyone thinks they have absolute control, but they've failed in the past to maintain control of the price of the stock in several instances. Over time, yes, but intraday, not necessarily. Is the GME stock split knifing MOASS in the back? A2 RC. Well, first of all, a few things have to happen there that I'm not sure will. A, the stock has to split. And while, RC had a good case for splitting the stock at 180, there's no case for splitting the stock at 100. Especially a forward split. And if the price drops, to 50, 60 by the shareholders meeting, which I don't think it will, but if it were to, this is a case for a reverse split. Can you invest your capital gains in a qualified opportunity zone, which defers paying tax on your gains for 5 years? Any profits made for your initial investment are tax-free when you pull it out. Yeah, you can. The returns on those tend to not be super great, but yeah, you can. You can also invest into like municipal bonds. I think you can defer your taxes that way too. Or opportunity zones? Is that what you said? Yeah, opportunity zones, same shit. I sold some calls on the run, but I have lots more. Duh, right? Anyhow, can you give some perspective on Veru for the rest of the day through next week? I have no idea. It's a bio stock. All of its price movement now is based on speculation, A, that it'll pass the FDA emergency approval. And then if it does, it will run. If it doesn't, the speculation will die off. So look for the strike with the highest OI and assume people will sell there if it runs up to that price. That's what happened when it hit 15 last time, is all the open interest was at 15 and people sold out hard and it dropped the price and killed the price action for a few weeks. But there's no analysis for that, right? It's simply if they get approved and you own it, you will make a bunch of money. If they don't get approved and you own it, you'll lose a bunch of money. you feel like your MFE classes have helped you understanding of market mechanics, hedge creation, or no? If no, what are you learning? Not fucking much. A little bit. I would say a little bit, but not really diving into specific market systems, but more theory behind them right now. I think more towards the end we start to get a little more hands-on with it, and you know, in real life application. Um, but yeah, I don't feel that it's very useful, and still seems like, you know, the information you want is kind of held behind that wall of employment at institutions. You say stock split that turns into a reverse split? How does that pump our bags? No, I said there's a case for a reverse split if the stock drops low enough. I'm trying to figure out what playing the IV spike on puts into the shareholder meeting would be like. Yeah, probably. Although IV's already kind of pumping for earnings. But yeah, you'd want to be out before the shareholders meeting. And you run the risk that the stock just stays stable until the shareholders meeting. And we don't drop till after, and you bought in during a extremely elevated IV period, like now. I mean, IV 30 right now is really, really high. Is there more FTD covering in May? Not really. We have FTD covering through May 19th, and then after that, not much. Why does the entire market go up during FTD covering time and not just the meme stocks? Oh, it's both. It's gone up during these periods. It's also gone down. In February, when we had the same ETF covering period, um, FTD covering period, we had we had a dip in the market through the first few days. Also, don't forget, if they're covering positions on ETFs, and ETFs are buying into their into their net asset pools, right? That means they're out buying stock, which drives price action market wide, right? But there's several reasons we're running today. Like the market's running today and GameStop's moving up today, besides just the FTD covering. You know, there's large put positions that are being repositioned on like the S&P and SPX. Market makers, you know, have to flip their hedge, and it's turning bullish as put positions sell off that are in the money. Did we call it this morning? Nope. I have degrees in finance and accounting. They teach you how cash flows through businesses and how to evaluate them. Nothing about how markets really work or how to trade. Yeah, I mean, I went to school for finance, right? And it's just fundamental evaluation. The academic level doesn't provide a lot of insight into like market function. Um, that's learned on the job, and I think it's not only do I think it's kept out of academic finance because of the risk associated with it, and you know, the viewpoint that trading equals gambling, um, but also because they don't want people to know. Like you'll never learn about like the obscure derivative contracts and like entropy and volatility swaps in school. You know, those are things that are created in the work environment. And so, you know, when someone gets a job at like a hedge fund or something, it's almost like an apprenticeship. because you have to take everything you learned at school in a way and chuck it out the window. Hundred C May 20s for GME solid, especially if you hang around 110, 115. Want some more cash in the dip after the 20th. They're a little risky just because of the theta decay. If they're able to hold the line at 107, or if they're encouraged to hold the line at 107 next week, I don't think they are. I think next week they'll want their 110 and 120 puts to print a little bit. So we may see a higher upside, but today I don't think we're going over 108. I think they're going to hold that line. How dynamic is your watch list? Have you been adding it to it over the years slowly, or do you add and subtract companies from your watch list all the time? Uh, it it fluctuates. There's some that have stayed on there for a very, very long time, but yeah, I add and remove ones all the time, and I forget to clean it up pretty often. So I have a lot of junk on there that I'm not like trading anymore. Same is true in working in elections with a political science degree. Yeah, I can imagine that's nothing at all like what they teach you in school. How often do you try to talk to Ryan Cohen? Never? You think a lot of diamond hands will eventually turn on Ryan Cohen when they realize the stock split is only going to ruin chances of a MOASS? I don't know. I can say that being a hero is a tricky balancing act. And I would not recommend it for anyone. It's much better to be the bad guy. DFV's exit was perfect because of that. Because he died a hero, right? He just disappeared. When are you gonna disappear? One day. It's inevitable. I'll take a spy rip to 405 right about now. It's why don't we see if it can fucking break 401? Has DDS been the play the whole time? It's been a play the whole time. You think DFE's made more money on CCs this last year than his initial options play? I don't see why he wouldn't. Bad guy like Pharma Bro? No. How long have you been trading for? Uh, I paper traded for a really long time before I used real capital, like 3 years. Um, and then 3.5 years now with my own money. The book list I recommend for everybody is on the subreddit. And YouTube videos, none of them. They're 90, from what people have showed me, like 99.9% of like YouTube finance gurus are fucking con artists. Remember, if someone's selling you a way to make money, uh, that's what they're selling. You're the product. Everything I know about trading, I learned from School of Stock. You mean the one video? You mean I can't 500x weekly with $50? No. I understand the irony of it, MOASS spectrometer. Billionaire, same like scam? No, because it doesn't offer the promise of anything. It's just a community for people to get together and share ideas who want to be better at trading. That's it. There's no there's no secret strategies, there's no fucking systems, none of that. It's just a place to learn if that's what you want to learn. And I weigh in when I can, which isn't often. Hey Greg, just restarted my browser for the first time in a week. You haven't been responding to my questions, comments for days. So is I shadow banned or are you just ignoring me? I think maybe you were shadow banned. I don't remember seeing you in the chat for like a couple days. My AMD August 100C has been such a roller coaster. Been down as much as 40% multiple times and it keeps getting back to break-even territory. I'm thinking of selling and rebuying when it tanks again. You could. Keeps getting back to break even. I mean, if you can get out at break even, maybe you want like a more stable, farther dated position. Maybe you want it at a lower price point. It seems like you're not very comfortable with 100. And I'll admit there's some risk there because AMD's fucking killing it, but they're still pulling money off the table. They don't care, right? They just want to be liquid. They want to be liquid at the bottom, or as liquid as they feasibly can be. There's been a couple videos, and it's usually just the most unpopular YouTube channels. Like they have like 2 followers, and it's just like some guy who's like really into fucking options Greeks or something like that, and he's just talking about it. And some of those videos are fine, but the second you start seeing like someone trying to sell you something or a subscription based like picker based on information only they have, like that kind of shit is just fucking scams every time. What tier do I have to buy to become a full shill? You already are one, turd. You just don't know it yet. Buy a billionaire membership so you can learn about rounded bottom breakouts. That's just because Stefan spams it everywhere. Like he's cracked the code to the fucking market. DFE disappeared after they stopped the March run. No, he didn't. He disappeared after the June run. And we know how that ended. I think cannabis stocks are hot garbage. And if you want to invest in cannabis for US legalization, you should be looking at tobacco companies. Have you thought about making a subscription-based picker thing based on information only you have? No, because the information I use is available to everyone. Thanks, Mike. Well, real information tends to be boring, so it makes sense. It feels like we're grandmas and you have to tell us that phone calls from Nigeria offering you money isn't real, they're scams. I mean, you'd be shocked how many people fall for it. I mean, look at Matt Kors, right? Like he's loud, he's energetic, but he doesn't know fuck all about stocks. He has like the technical analysis skills of like a 5-year-old who's been read, technical analysis of the financial markets as a bedtime story. And like hundreds of thousands of people trust his analysis and his word on things. And he doesn't know dick. And it's unfortunate, right, that people fall into those traps. Big gourd brain. Where do you see the GME price ending today? Somewhere around where it is now. That's like something I'm trying to build, but believe me, if it becomes successful, I'm not going to give it out because it would be too valuable. Also, that guy hasn't messaged me in like 2 fucking weeks. He's been on like, vacation with his girlfriend. You're not sharing your super secret scanner. Yeah, like I said, if it works, I never will. I'll start an ETF. Which I should note is also likely a scam. I guess I just won't make Citadel a authorized participant, right? I just subscribe for the other perks. Ever since I joined Zillionaires, my reading comprehension has increased. And my backing has cleared up substantially. Gaff got me to read Against the Gods. Very good so far. It's a good book. If it doesn't work, can you give it to us? Sure. Sharing your scanner would help your trades because more people would put pressure on the price. No, it would just draw more attention to the window of opportunity, which would force the window of opportunity to close. Are we expecting SPY downside today? No, not really. We may see it going into close, but I don't think so. Not a lot, I should say. I don't think we're going to see a big sell-off into close today. Have they sold out of the put hedge? We won't know until we get OI after midnight. Way to ignore me. I can't tell if I'm shadow banned or just tarnished. I didn't see what you said, Dan Almighty. But I saw you complain about me not seeing what you said. If Scanner works, wouldn't sharing picks increase your profits? Yeah, increase price action. Yeah, like I just said. No. If I buy 1,000 contracts in something, it'll draw a little bit of attention, but not much, right? If 50,000 contracts are bought of something, that's going to draw a lot of attention, which draws manipulation, which can upset the prediction, right? Remember, chaotic system. The act of making a prediction on a chaotic system inevitably changes the outcome. You were more pessimistic on MOASS, or any squeeze for that matter, while SS and AMCers are bullish as ever on MOASS. I find this discrepancy fascinating. Why? I mean, ask anybody with a fucking ounce of, institutional financial knowledge how likely a squeeze is. And I think you'll find that they're mostly aligned with my viewpoint. Does it fascinate you that thousands of people with zero financial education are, hoping for mythical events? SS right now is upvoting all these forced liquidation posts. I don't care. There's a lot of people that think like some alien spaceship's gonna come save them from the planet too. Or that they're gonna go somewhere special after they die. There's some big players on SS with obscene amounts of shares that still seem like believers. Okay. It's self-fulfilling. If thousands of people believe in MOASS, then thousands of people can create MOASS. Yeah, at one point I had faith in that. And I tried to give people the blueprint for creating that, and they didn't. They think they're going to create it through DRS, but they're wrong. Yeah, I know people who have more GameStop than I do, and they don't know fuck all about the financial markets. Ready for a unicorn swan. Let's go. My high school mascot was a griffin, which is a mythical beast, so I'm prone to believing in fallacies. Oh, I didn't realize that you went to high school in Afghanistan. Turd. What was that like? With your mascot being Kenneth Griffin? Do you regret getting into GME? Not at all. I like the company. I'm bullish on its future potential. I love the stock. It does fun shit. I mean, you know how often you can find a stock that you can just watch all day for years? I mean, it's fucking awesome. It's like Tesla, except less chaotic. Yeah, AMD's having a good day today. I mean, everything's having a good day today. What's your prediction for BBY end of ETF FTDs? I feel like they didn't run at the same point in the cycle that we did. I think they ran a little later into the cycle. So their FTD is kind of not realized yet. And minimal, not as extensive as GameStop. You're dealing with way different liquidity there than you're dealing with on GameStop. It doesn't matter. Super Stonk is dying. It's slow death, but it's dying. You can only post purple circles for so long before people just aren't fucking interested anymore. Why are you bullish on GME? I think they have a lot of potential. Even if they didn't, they're a retail company with no debt, which is compelling enough given the current economic climate. Think about YOLOing 100K into this next run by buying a ton of August calls. Do you think I could net $1 million? Sure, if you sell at the right time. You could also lose 100K. Skeptic about MOASS probability. So for people with no options experience, what would be the most profitable tactic? Buy and hold or sell the peak and buy the low? I mean, if you have very few shares, you can, do whatever. It doesn't matter. If you have enough shares, though, you can just sell covered calls and generate passive income from it. You can use the money generated from covered calls to buy more on the dips, and it's pretty simple. I didn't say there's no confidence in a squeeze. I just think that they have a way to get out of it. I still think one's possible, and if it happens, awesome. But I'm not going to spend all my time hoping and praying and banking on it. One thing I think about DRS is that eventually MMs will shut down the options chain or limit it similar to DDS. Won't this ruin MM and short hedge fund ability to suppress the price like we see on DDS? It'll also just remove their interest from doing so. You took it SS for Ortex data. Any ETA on your CC video? What particular info do you plan to cover? I think I might have it done this weekend, released this weekend. It's easy. And as far as what I'm covering, you'll have to watch it, right? Where's the viewers today? Eh, there were more earlier. Viewership's just in line with GameStop price action. Always has been. AMD ripping. Any idea how high it will go today? Thank you, kind sir. 95.22. If it breaks out above that, that's super awesome. It might not, though. Do you think we'll see at least the company moving into a $50 billion market cap? I mean, they've got to do a lot of things before then, but sure. Just in time for the next hard drive crash. No, I'm not changing any parts of my computer this time. You don't understand at all. Adabit wrote a book report. Velvet Jupiter. Thank you for becoming a Long Johnson. When do you plan to get into GME August calls? I don't know, a couple weeks. Are they even open yet? I don't think they are. Yeah, they're not open yet. Well, retail store is insulated against inflation because they can pass off the cost of inflation onto their customers. Video games tend to do well, and like entertainment tends to do well in depressed economies. And then they have no debt, so they have, they're unaffected by the increases in interest rates and servicing that debt. These are all like things that you kind of want to see in like a value investment for a recession. The last time we had a depression, movie theaters and stuff did really well. I think this time we'll see like streaming services and like I think GameStop will do well because video games, they offer endless entertainment and a source of escapism, especially when day-to-day life is a bit of a grind or not going so well. And selling escapism is valuable when everyone's sad and depressed because they have no money. Why is nobody bullish on June calls? Because they expire before OPEX. He has no obligation to clear shorts, and their vesting is like 5 to 10 years. They have plenty of time. Company turnarounds do not take fucking 12 months. Company turnarounds take 3 years, usually, or more. This is not a quick process. Everyone just wants their fucking money now, and they want to whine about how he has an obligation to get rid of shorts. If you're long something, you don't care about shorts, right? Because you have a bull thesis. So eventually the shorts will be wrong and you will be right. That's why long investors don't give a shit about lending their shares. When's the next OPEX? We have one in May, but it's unlikely we'll run on it. The expert's flaws, the complexity of the broad whole is excluded from the complexity of their narrow systems, which attempt to mirror the whole. Like SS, they fall in love with their own narrative. Yeah. It's complex. Hmm. That cheered everyone right up. Do you clear out your leaps and reload those as well? Yeah. I mean, I haven't had leaps since March. Excuse me, don't reject reality into a company turnaround fantasy. I expect every company to pull a Tim Apple and instantly become worth Tesla dollars. I know. The obligation to get rid of shorts has always been the dumbest argument ever, and no way is that even a fiduciary obligation. I know. That's because for some reason there's like people still think that, you know, GameStop owns its shares or something, or that it's like not a publicly traded company, or that they're somehow responsible for shareholders receiving profits. I mean, they are in a degree, and they're expected to run the company. But anybody buying GameStop in the last year is buying it on the speculation that they are eventually going to do a good job. We're not buying it, based on, its fundamentals and where it stands right now. And then they just complain about wanting it too quick. It takes too much time. It's not going to be. They're not going to have a new company in fucking 12 months. I'll tell you what a basic Google search on candlestick reversal patterns won't tell you, Pretzel, is that they're fucking useless. Aren't you talking about the important stuff? Is there a way to hack in a PMCC on WeBull, or do I need to change platforms? You can sell PMCCs on WeBull, but you have to have margin. If you don't have margin, you can't sell naked calls. Brokerage have my shares and doesn't have options, and are my RRSP TFSA. If I sell to transfer, I have to wait a month. What do for covered calls? I mean, if you have your shares in a retirement account. I love it when people ask me about foreign retirement accounts. I don't know, man. Don't you face a tax liability if you sell out of that account? Retirement planning is really not on my list of things I'm an expert on. What do you think it will take for GME to realize its potential? Well, first of all, it has to become an undesirable target for volatility positions, which the split could cause. Then it needs some proven e-commerce profits, and it's going to need some revenue stream from its NFT marketplace. They're also going to need to do the NFT marketplace right. I don't think selling JPEGs is going to be sufficient. So I hope they do. I have confidence that they know what they're doing. So I think they'll do it the right way. And if they do, we're going to see growth. We're going to see higher valuations come in. It's going to become undeniable that GameStop is becoming a better company, which will drive institutional interest, which then drives more institutional interest, and so on. GME ever go below $4 again? Probably not. I respectfully disagree. Candlestick patterns have made me millions, and you can too for the low price of $100 a month. When finding opportunities, do you start with the chart or fundamentals first? Chart, then fundamentals. And market climate, like the macro look is more where I'm going to focus attention per sector, right? No, don't DM me here. DM me on the Discord. You can just join the Discord. And then once you join the Discord, you can message me on there. You can also just go to the announcements channel, and the instructions for linking your Discord and YouTube are in the pinned posts. Or you can Google how to link my YouTube and Discord accounts. But that's all you have to do. You go to settings and something, and in there it says like it lets you link your YouTube account. Instead of selling a 110 call for next week, I actually bought a 101 call for next week. Best trader ever? We'll see. If we get a breakout later today, maybe you will be. Okay, but what about the GME Entertainment blockchain share and dividend NFTs split? Gotta wait for Bastille Day, bro. Oh, that's not a new tea. I'm worried about not having my shares for a month or more, though. That's yeah. I mean that'd be a pretty big risk. I wouldn't do it now with the split and everything coming up, but maybe once like volatility dies down in the future, you could sell poor man's covered calls if you want to generate income, but don't want to expend a lot of capital. AMD has 22K OI of June 140, 145p and our 1.5K volume already today. Shift Search says they're selling and there's a lot of volume left to go. Interesting. I mean, it's no different than what's going on in the SPY, right? Large put positions being sold off. It's bull time. Get your horns out. No MOASS most days, actually. Historical support for MOASS occurring would indicate that on most days MOASS does not happen. But there's always tomorrow. Dude, I'm surprised fucking Wizards of the Coast isn't all over NFTs. Tomorrow PM. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have any contracts now, so we can go back to the better looking candlesticks. How do you feel about exposure through next week? I think we'll continue to see ETF FTDs. Don't forget, we have dark pool dumps later today, too. Especially now that they've shed some of those 0 DTE contracts, they might feel more comfortable pushing the price up a little higher. It's always MOASS, just dragged out. That's what I'm kind of trying to show people is that, you know, you can just make money the whole time. You don't have to just be waiting. Just imagine just waiting all year. Ah. Huh. Give it a couple years, MTG Online will be tokenized. Give it a couple years, MTG Online might be dead. This is a fairly unique new form of covering. Very interesting. Why have you chosen to be like this, GameStop? Man, I fucking like the setup for Monday, though. I'm not gonna lie. If this was a normal stock, technical analysis was worth its shit. Oh boy, that would be spicy. I mean, technically it is during these periods of higher interest. The problem is when all the interest drives out and they're trying to crush IV and short the stock, it doesn't follow technical trends. So its upside moves do, its downside moves don't, which is a large reason why the guys like Elliott Wave guy and all those fucking dudes are wrong during the periods that we're going down. Stefan, I swear to fucking God, if you say rounded bottom breakout one more time, I'm gonna mute you for the rest of the day. Oh. Favorite Justin Bieber record? Probably the early stuff. Fuck yeah, keep bullying him. Is Daddy grabbing the belt? Looks more like a lumpy bottom. J-Roll just copies whatever I say in my DD. Fucking Boom Hunter Pro. Get the fuck out of here. Thanks, Girk. I love it here. Let's make some money. No problem, Jason. I agree. Thank you. Rounded bottom greens, calls with the Girk. Got the whole exchange looking at her. Sir, have you ever heard of the Soggy Bottom Boys? I have. I don't know, 10 share Tony. Don't leave. Are you a man of constant sorrow? If your calls are making price go up, buy calls for 500. Thanks. Should buy some for next week though, while it's still kind of cheap. Right? Meh. First time not chasing a run up like Veru. Instead, I sold a put at the peak, up 50% on it. Next step is to grow a pair and stop only buying putting up $50 at a time. You'll get there. Don't rush that step. We held GME from 300 to 40. We're all men of constant sorrow. Whoa, what the fuck was that? I don't have any CCs out right now. Why would my CCs be sweating? CCs don't sweat. They're not a risky position. If you think I care if I get assigned, I fucking don't. I'm not getting assigned any. But if I were, I wouldn't give a shit. You still bag holding SST with me till next Friday? Any expectations? Nope. 200 CC next week safe. Why wouldn't they be? June 2nd? Is that even a fucking expiration? June 3rd? Would you hold until Monday? I think next week will be spicier. That's why I just bought some more. I was gonna buy more, but now I kind of want to wait to see if this fails. Because I think it may. Weird consolidation. Like we had all that volume and it just disappeared. So maybe back down to VWAP. During March, I had 150 CCs and I was able to roll them out for profit through the entire run, no problem. Yeah, I don't think people understand how covered calls work. Like the people that say shit like that, they're like, oh, Girk must be sweating his CCs. He's gonna get assigned. He's scared. You can just roll them out. Like you don't ever have to be assigned on covered calls. You can just roll them up and out and up and out. Covered call. Salik. You can buy them back. It's just like they're extremely low risk. There's a reason they're like the level 1 options contract. Turned $400 of options into 22 real shares. Thank you so much for all your education. Best daytime CV since 2021. Thanks. That's fucking awesome, Girded. Congratulations, dude. Hear me out. So I'm still holding my AMC CCs. Does that make it more sense to just buy them back on the big dip and sell them again on the run up, rinse and repeat? Take advantage of bag holders' hopium? Sure. You could do that. And if we run for OPEX, AMC likely will run a bit too. Although last time they didn't run nearly as hard, so careful with that. Buying some May 20 GME calls for Monday morning. No, I'm not buying May 20s. I'm still buying June 17s. But yeah, see, this broke down. I'm gonna wait and see if I can get some more lower. Salt lick or sugar cube? Neither? I didn't teach Moonwind how to sell covered calls. He might have gotten better at it, but maybe? I don't know. Are you still selling fucking 0 DTEs on Friday, Moon? Or have you stopped doing that bullshit? Are popcorn CCs same as poor man CCs? No, because you have to own fucking AMC to sell them. This is the problem with covered calls. They require a large amount of upfront and capital. Because you're buying the underlying. So a buy right on most stocks is not worthwhile. Especially not AMC. Unless you want to be long AMC. In which case, best of luck to you. What's the big deal about next week? Can it be delayed to the week after? There's no big deal next week. We just have ETF FTDs next week. That's the other thing. That's the other big misunderstanding. Thank you for Salik for pointing it out to me. That Superstonk has is they're indifferent to the price fluctuations on GameStop. They just want the big ups. So the only time they're really paying attention to the stock is when it's like running up like crazy to 200 and ignoring all the money that can be made on, the fact that it moves $10 intraday, sometimes both up and to the downside. I sold 0 DTE, 100 CCs today. It's a rush. I now understand Moonwind. Do you think BBY could finish over 10, considering the call increase you said that was between 10 and 14 from the rise in price we saw across the meme basket? It's possible. I think they're still actively trying to suppress the price through the 20th. Your likes were way up yesterday. Cool. They're pretty low today. Flag, we might bounce your own view up. Yeah. Can we root on AJ for assignment like we do Moonwind? No. He's already gonna get assigned. I think the FTDs will be more spicy. Is that just an educated guess, or is it based on data? Well, we also have T+2 for gamma exposure next week, and I think the market's going to continue up as well. So it's just additional layers of buy pressure. It's not necessarily that the FTDs are spicier. Today should technically be the spiciest FTD day, although I think they covered some of those yesterday. But I do think we'll have more upward like buy pressure. Also, once the calls for today are closed, they're a lot more free to run the price up a little higher. Remember, they're hedged to the upside, so at some point they're going to want to capture profits on those big hedges. Not that they haven't, given that they sold those in the money calls when the stock was trading at like $80. So they're already very much up on their position. SLD next week. What do you think the SPY will do? It's a good question. It is next week, but funds should be really liquid right now, so it shouldn't be a problem. They shouldn't have to, commit to large sell-offs, given that they've been doing nothing but selling off for the last like 3 weeks. I think they'll have sufficient liquidity on hand. We may see some dips or stagnation, but and then next Friday for OPEX, don't forget large numbers of puts being sold off as well. Especially if the market continues to go up. It's not like how much market upside can they resist. It's the question is how much pressure is it putting on their net settlement? And, if CNS and long buyers are both competing for the stock, then, it creates a situation where there's a lot of demand and not a lot of liquidity, right? And so they're both kind of fighting for the shares when this happens. And this is what causes, the outperformance that we see during FTD periods. The problem is with FTDs, it's very hard for us to tell, almost impossible for us to tell if they're net short or net long. And if there's a lot of long FTDs, those kind of cancel out the net short FTDs. So really the only reliability we have on the ETF is the ETF FTDs, because those are largely net short, if not entirely net short. Supersonic is convinced yesterday was a liquidation, not ETF FTDs, because everyone knows buying all meme stocks is setting your money on fire. Convinced you got us all to buy sub 100 CCs on Wednesday? What? How do you buy a covered call? Covered calls are sold. I bought $100 calls on Wednesday. I made big money on them. It was nice. If you look at Target, I already bought in. I bought into Target on like Tuesday. It's not looking great today, but it's okay. Yesterday was nice. Turnaround looks alright. I don't know if it's going to make it back up into its previous channel, but it'd be nice if it does. Next resistance at 230. Next big resistance at 230. 223 is a little rough too. I think I bought like before the low over here. So I'm up a little bit, but not a ton. Do you shower daily? Sometimes. In the summer, yeah. In the winter, like because of the forced air heating, if I shower every day, my skin gets super dry. So it's like a day and a half. I don't want to get ashy. Then I gotta use lotion. That stuff's gross. You know, it's like, how do people lotion after they shower? It just makes you feel greasy. Cocoa butter. Probably some cocoa butter in it. I don't know. I have like darker skin tones. The lights don't highlight that, but I would say I'm more towards the olive range. Especially if I've been out a lot and not just indoors all the time. Like if I get tanned, I get really, really dark. The new rules don't let them do it whenever they want. It's just more, it's just spread out more. That's all. But the deposit part is still constrained to the, you know, third Wednesday to Friday. It's the settlement that's more drawn out. I'm not Greek. I'm Italian. You get a Prince of Persia tan or more like a Xerxes tan? It depends. Thankfully, I avoid the sun, so Italian Greek. When does the bull put spread indicate a fall back towards Vega neutral? Towards the end of next week? You expect a big drop after this ETF period? I'm planning on buying calls next Friday. Yeah, I do. 527s on Tuesday be viable? Yeah, possibly. How are you Italian and you don't speak with your hands? You just can't see them. That doesn't mean I'm not moving them around. Time to buy Palantir 30C weeklies? Oh, if you want to lose money, you can just donate it to me. Last two times my question got answered. Congratulations. Infrastructure bill priced into cat. Yeah, it has been. That's why cat's so unstable. It looks promising. I don't know if I'm ready to buy in for a move to the upside, but it does look, it's starting to look pretty good. I might re-enter. This is gonna be a nice week. This coming week. I think we're gonna have some good times. Vaffanculo is the only word I know in Italian. It's a good one. How much dried oregano do you have in your cupboards? A decent amount. HD to 300 next week? My $300 calls really hope so. Do you think I should buy back my 120cc for next week? I think it's unlikely that we close out next week trading above 120. Watch it, but you're probably fine. What's your opinion on GME 100% utilization day 66? I think it's bullshit and Ortex has bad data. And people are dumb, and Ortex will keep publishing that data because it's getting them subscriptions. You think the board will agree to sell baby given the low share price? I wonder if the low share price is there to get the board to sell baby. You storing your grain futures in that jug? You fucking know it, dork. I've got the future of all grain in that jug because if I don't open the jug up, nobody can water their grain. It's genius. I've cornered the water market. And then I went long on grain. Can't grow plants if I have all the water, you know? It's a long play, but it'll pay off in the end. Well, here's some important standard things you immediately look at when looking at a chart on longer time frames. No. So the drop off to Vega neutral will start Wednesday or Thursday. Probably. Yeah, I can see it. Remember that the winding down of the FTD position is cumulative. So volume from the day before will carry over into CNS the following day. Kirk sounds like he works for Nestle. Nesfi. I resent that the US market, equities market, is mostly based on fooling retail. Seems like legal fraud. Yeah, I mean, if capitalism isn't about pulling the wool over the eyes of the less educated and less intelligent, then I don't know what it is about. It'll have to change my entire world outlook. Can you please summarize the path to OPEX and stock split vote announcement, any possible upcoming runs? Sure. We're, likely a month out from OPEX. We may see a run depending on what's announced at the shareholders meeting, except guess what? Like all other earnings, nobody knows what's going to be said. Unless you work for GME and you can somehow fill me in. That'd be, if you can, that'd be cool. I don't care about your NDA. What gives you the impression that Ortex is bullshit? Because they're showing 100% share utilization, and yet we're seeing the borrow rate drop and shares being returned for the last month. Which does not indicate 100% share utilization, does it? Also, I've used Ortex in the past and have run into
bad data aggregation in their service. It's pretty commonly known outside of GameStop that Ortex is dog shit. All they do is aggregate publicly available data sources. They don't have any of their own like internal special data that no one else has. And then the manner in which they aggregate it tends to lead to errors in the data. Except now they've figured out how to capitalize on those errors in their data. Which is smart, don't get me wrong, they're running a good business. That doesn't mean that they're selling a good product. How would somebody who works at GameStop talk to a BlackRock shill? DJIA was so obvious here. If you go back and TA the trend, the deadline for the last since the lines with OPEX and FTD cycles. It does. I love how insider trading is illegal for us. It's not illegal for us because we're not fucking insiders. This is the problem, is nobody I feel like I talked to somebody on Reddit about this the other night. We're not insiders. To inside trade, you have to be inside. You have to be financially inside the company that you're trading. None of us are, and hedge funds aren't either. Insider trading is like Ryan Cohen buying a bunch of shares right before he makes a big announcement that causes the stock to run, and then he's going to sell them. That's insider trading. Knowing you have like 50 million FTDs that you need to cover and hedging it is not insider trading. It's just not fair for you because you don't have the money to do it. J-Mac, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire. I appreciate it, man.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win.
That was financially in J-Fresh's mom.
Trades is popcorn cold. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Actually, Stefan, if you look at Ortex's disclaimers, I guarantee they make no claims as to the validity of data presented. So, not fraud, just shitty. What strike you looking for GME next week? I bought a couple $20, $100 June 17th. We'll see how it goes. My wife's boyfriend is an inside trader. I've seen today that SoFi today has announced for a vote for a reverse split. This is usually bearish, but somehow it ran 20% today. What are your thoughts on this? Short covering? Yep. That's what I want them to do to GameStop. I want them to reverse split the fuck out of it and make us all rich. That'd be awesome. I don't know if Ryan Cohen will do it, but it'd be cool. Is day trading or swing trading harder? Day trading is harder. Swing trading is more capital intensive. Swing trading requires that you're able to suffer larger losses. You have to have a wider amount of risk tolerance because you're carrying positions overnight. RC doesn't even need to reverse split. He just needs to tweet it. No, that wouldn't be sufficient. Our data is accurate between 0 and 100%, or to X. If we reverse split, the pores are fucked for CCs, but MOASS. Have you seen Rig today? Oh, what's it doing? I haven't even looked. Doing good. It's almost back up to $4. If we start to see money come back into the market, we'll likely see it come back into value stocks and less so into growth. There's no such thing as a 2-day cup and handle. CAF would have 0.001 shares then. Actually, in a reverse split for single shareholders, the company can issue 1 share. They don't have to issue partial shares or fractional shares. Vortex markets itself as correct data. Legalese can get them off the hook, sure, but their intent is their market data as pristine and impeccable and complete as possible. It is as complete as possible. That doesn't mean it's accurate. Right? They're simply reporting, they're not the source, right? And if their source is consistently wrong, oh well, that's the source's problem, right? They're simply an aggregator. So it's any chance mortgage rates will go down anytime soon? No. So the real MOASS all along was just total 1 share in as many brokerage accounts as you can open. They don't have to do that though. The company can issue fractional. Sometimes they don't though. We would have MOASSed already if it wasn't for 5 shares, Greg. I know. That guy selling the top. Can I start publicly saying my source says GME will run on OPEX and FTD dates? You, of course, being my source. Ah. You're correct, just shady. It's intentionally misleading people. People who use Ortex don't think their data is that off. They think that it's slightly off. Why are you using a data source that you think is slightly off? That's what I don't understand. Like, who's buying into this shit in the first place? OB Jabroni, thank you for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Like, let me pay this subscription for this slightly off data. What the fuck? One pickle-sized horse, aggro crag, obviously. I don't give a shit what you do with your Ortex sub. They're all fucking garbage. Boom Hunter Pro is just a fucking oscillator with EMAs. It's like RSI plus EMAs. He went and changed some settings and sold it. It was fucking stupid. You should be surprised that people will spend money using what are essentially free oscillators because they've been tuned. It's not special. It's just a fast EMA and a slow EMA plus RSI. Like I said, if it's financial and someone's selling it to you, it's bullshit. Unless it's really, really fucking expensive, like a Bloomberg terminal or CBOE live data for fucking 10 grand a month per user. We expect some upward movement till mid next week, then back to 60. Not 60. I think back to Vega neutral. Towards Vega neutral. We may not even hit Vega neutral. And I think the biggest drop off to the low side will probably be after the shareholders meeting when our earnings suck again. Bloomberg's bullshit too. I actually disagree on that. Getting Bloomberg data fucking 15 days late posted on Reddit is shit. Having a live Bloomberg trading terminal is pretty valuable and likely pays for itself. I've thought about getting it. Pigeonwell Pro. Fiber optic direct line to my mom's basement is expensive. Yeah, it's not cheap. Are you streaming earnings? Of course. Oops, 73 is Vega neutral. He mentioned it yesterday. Yep. They're hedged lower, but I don't think we'll go lower than that. And it's harder for them to drop Vega neutral significantly. It's a much slower rolling average, so I'd rather be super proficient on a classic indicator like RSI or MACD than be able to get tons of insight from it than use an indicator that's so exotic there isn't much known how to use it. In testing, not only by me, but in back testing by institutions as well, MACD is still by far the most reliable oscillator, and it's still wrong like 35% of the time. Partially, that is because of institutional trading reliance on MACD, which creates a self-fulfilling prophecy in a sense, but also just because it tells you most of the things you need to know, price and volume. See you later, Alex. I don't know what you're trading. Everything's stagnant right now, but best of luck. We'd be streaming the refinancing of my house. 107cc is safe for today's expiration? Not necessarily. Don't forget, once all of retail's fucking zero DTEs auto close in a couple hours, they can run it up. If anything was 100% reliable, we'd all be rich. I mean, yeah. Bonds down, money coming back into the equity market. Slowly, but yes, you're correct, RP. When does zero DTEs auto close generally? I have no idea. I don't have any brokerages that auto close my zero DTEs, but they exist. Is the wrongness of individual indications why you post multiple indicators in your daily? Yes. Also, I mean, I don't put a lot of faith into oscillators anyway. They tend to be slow to catch up. But I do like ADX MACD, and on GameStop, TTM squeeze has been moderately accurate in forecasting OPEX. But I mean, we already know OPEX is going to happen, so it's kind of, it's still lagging, right? But it does seem to be the most accurate oscillating indicator of the incoming run. Because after our drop, and the reason for that is because after our drop into the pre-OPEX period, we tend to snap back into the Keltner channel on our Bollinger Bands. And when that happens, TTM fires. It's obviously not as good as buying the bottom of the dip, but, you know, it's a little better than chasing the run. So I would say that our market mechanic analysis of GameStop is more accurate than any technical analysis, and earlier in its predictions. It seems like they have the price movement pretty much under control. They let it run when they need to drop it, when they need. So there's anything that can destabilize their control. Yeah, share recalls. Provided counterparties want to destabilize their control, which, you know, doesn't, the incentive isn't currently there. Austin 505, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you out of the country club after the stream. Give me a second, guys. Take a quick break. I'll be right back.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
you guys do to the stock? My 100 cc's not so dumb now. It's still early. Only 1 o'clock. We're busy playing grab ass instead of manipulating the stock. Sorry. That's all right. I saw the conversation about your grapes. Ah. The day is young, you sweet summer child. No, no halts this morning. It was pretty violent, but no halts. I'm still not sure if I want to carry a cat position over the weekend. I like this bounce specifically. I don't like this, obviously. I think it's starting to look good, but I would give it a couple more days. You never need to be impatient with Caterpillar. GM's question on car. Hmm. I think car has a little more downside space. Dan. I agree. MACD looks good, but on the daily it doesn't, right? Hold on. Yeah, I think a little bit more downside. I think I want to say like at least a few more days. Maybe like a couple weeks. It might bounce a little bit in the near term, but I think it's going to maintain this trend for a little while. So I'd target that lower range, like 200, 190. Is the options chain liquidity picking up there at all? I haven't really been paying attention to it. Stefan, did you get too much sleep last night or did you take too much Adderall this morning? They have options, but there's no liquidity being provided in the options chain, Kyle. So no one's making a market for them. Can we stop with all of this maidenless behavior? Today, I'm not enhanced. What size uni do you have? I have the 16. No, I don't think trying to play both during one OPEX is a good idea. Last time they ran after GameStop started running. Yeah, I have like the 16-inch Coda, but the one that uses wood instead of the propane one. So I used to have the 12-inch one and I didn't like it. 16 was better. It's just difficult to make like a larger pizza in the 12-inch. And it doesn't get as hot. We get it, you're a size king. 16 inches is an unrealistic standard. What kind of pills did you take to go from 12 to 16 inches? They sell them at Bloomingdale's. Yeah, it's in the 12-inch one, it's really hard to like turn the pizzas. You have to pull them out and put them back in. Whereas in the 16 you have a little bit of room and space, and it also gets hotter. And even that one doesn't get at like they don't get hot enough, but they're sufficient, right? Like they'll get to like 750, 800 degrees. And if you get the twin fuel, like the one that can use wood, not only can you get it hotter, but it has a door. Whereas the gas one doesn't have a door. I make my pizzas in the dishwasher. Did you get the turning peel? I have one. I didn't buy one. I didn't buy theirs because it was like aluminum, I think. Calls on UVXY, puts on SPY for next week. They seem like winners. Am I missing something? Yeah. The market's bouncing and large put positions are being sold off all the way through next week's OPEX. If there's a time to short it, it'll probably be after next Wednesday. But the current uptrend is going to continue a bit. It'll be a good time to enter those positions if you can time the top. Just sideways till end of day? I mean, not necessarily. We may see like a little bit of end of day breakout. We're doing it in a slightly higher range too, don't forget. Also considering building an actual brick oven outside, but effort. I mean, if you really want to spend a chunk of money, you can buy like pre-manufactured ones that are like professional level. If I had a house, I'd probably build one outside. They're great for cooking other shit too, not just pizza. Well, I mean, I think earnings will be bad, right? So they're gonna do what they're doing to all the other stocks on bad earnings. You'll have a house soon, start planning. Yeah, we signed all the paperwork, it's done. Although I highly suspect if he doesn't pay me back, his wife will, so. $105 safe? Why not above gamma neutral? Rhode Island? I don't have a Rhode Island mansion, but if I was gonna buy a mansion, I'd probably buy one in Rhode Island. They have nice mansions. Premium? Greedy. How about stop selling cover calls on Friday? It's shitty. Bought a 135 May 20 call on the last peak. Am I doing this right? No. I don't want to live in Marrakesh. So their largeness and beauty will forever be lost on me. Thank you, Gurk. Go ahead and average down on those SST calls for me. Thanks, Grateful. Not dead yet. I'm not getting a house. I lent someone money, and the house is collateral. If he doesn't pay me back, I get the house. As per the terms of our agreement. If I do get it, I'll just sell it. Like, immediately. I don't want to carry that fucking bag for 10 years. Loan sharking now? What's the VIG? Like 800%? Girk's title pawn. How many payments can elapse before you take it over? 1. I'm not going to do a payday loan business. But what if, hold on, hear me out. What if we start a payday loan business that doesn't target the lowest income brackets of society, but we start a payday loan service that targets the highest income brackets, you know, providing liquidity for people, like a bank. We'll just start a bank. Banks, same as payday loan center? Yeah. The interest on that loan cannot be 800%. I mean, the interest, there's no interest charge. But if he fails to pay me, I take the house, which is 800% more than worth 800% more than I lent him. So instead of making people more broke, we just repo their Lambos and M5s. Yeah, $100,000 watches. Stuff like that. Let's just start a pyramid scheme packaged up as an ETF. Wait, do you mean an ETF? That's just an ETF, dork. Good friend. There's no risk. We start the payday loan parking lot conglomerate. Parking lot REIT. Do we know what date GME will report earnings? Everything I'm fine. What at the shareholders meeting on the 2nd? How degenerate is your friend that they own a home outright but cannot get a normal HELOC on it? I don't think he wants to go through his bank. I also don't think he wants to make his wife aware of his current financial situation. So it would seem the official routes of lending are closed to him. Fine. Parking lot REIT. You win this round. I know. Here's your consolation prize. You said they're both rich. How is it an issue? He's gotten in trouble before for blowing up trading accounts with his wife. A few times. And blowing up her savings account once. Is he active on Wall Street bets? I have no idea. I wonder how his wife will feel when you sell their house out from under them. I'm sure we can negotiate something. Did he short nickel? I have no idea. Feels like you're enabling his gambling addiction. No, I'm enabling him to keep his job. His gambling addiction isn't going anywhere. You're about to have a squatter problem? Probably. They have their own house. It's not the same house. Is it Gabe Plotkin? That'd be hysterical, by the way. I wish that was a narrative that I could spin. Like at one point in time, me and Gabe Plotkin were best friends. And then he fucked me over. And so I started this stream and bought GameStop to destroy his hedge fund family and rob him of his real estate. And then, only then, will I reveal my true identity. It's very Count of Monte Cristo. I like it. This narrative is entirely too convincing. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you think I would start a stream purely out of spite? And do this every day for a year? No. I was extra good this week, so mommy gave me extra allowance. I was gonna spend it on Fortnite skins, but decided to give it to you instead. Can't wait to start trading once I graduate the 4th grade. Congratulations, average trader in chat. Very much appreciated. Also, congrats on your 3rd grade graduation. You killed it. Tootsie Roll runs same like GME and ETF FTD dates? I don't know. Does it? Look at Feb 8th through 16th. The coffee machine was $2,500. It was not $4,000. I wanted to buy the $4,000 one, but I stopped myself. You said you're a Scorpio. That's exactly what a Scorpio does. No. Kirk's selling calls to 4th graders now. New low. Hey, man. I don't know who buys them. I just sell them. Can you link the 4K one? It's called a Linnea Mini. Linea Mini. I was so close to buying it. But I just couldn't justify it. I drink black coffee once a day. A lot of it all at once, but just once a day. So it's not, I don't really need a $4,000 espresso machine, no matter how nice it is to look at. What's DJ Khaled's catchphrase again? Doesn't he just shout DJ Khaled? And then you have like a little horn? Did you say 4-month call option is enough theta to safely capture upside? You like to cut it close, but on theta, I'm new. You keep asking me about these 4-month safety calls. Sure. You know, if you're afraid, just buy leaps. Get even less leverage. Hot mic. I know. I'm speaking into it. I'm doing all right, Monkey D. Floofy. How are you? I don't know. I mean, if the market keeps going up, AMD is going to keep going up, right? After those earnings, who wouldn't want to put money there? Odds of a gap fill to 90 before positive price action next week. Unlikely. Full boarded 105s. You were the worst fucking investor of our generation, man. What must one do to get such shapely eyebrows as yours? Are my eyebrows shapely? They're just eyebrows. There's nothing, I don't know. Be born with them? Be Persian. Worst ever? Win Moon? Competition is fierce. It's true. But I don't see anybody else selling any 0 DTE CCs. Maybe he's born with them. Maybe they're Maybelline. I've blown up 2 accounts and I still give my friends financial advice. We'll see. It doesn't look great. Or maybe we just got like another really weird random run up out of nowhere. Ooh. Alright, we taking bets? Is the SPY gonna do this? Or is it gonna do this? I'm going with this one. We'll just put A and B. Option 3, flatline. So just this. Ooh, C. C's a possibility. I mean, no matter what, it's going like that, right? In the short term. But then longer term, is it going to bounce there? Continue there? Or drop? That's the question. This region here looks very enticing. Do a poll. Oh no, I don't really care about everyone else's opinion on it. It's mostly for my own benefit. Worst thing is, my first big trade was 2,000 GameStop call that netted me 32,000, and I'll be chasing that feeling the rest of my life. You'll get another one, as long as you keep chasing, eventually. BB bearish for next week, or just expected from our run today? Yeah, I don't think it'd be overly bearish. I think it'd be fine. Flash crash at 315. Ooh. Okay. I found my new favorite take. Flash crash into what, though? They sold all the puts. EGY? Can you DM me that, Michael? I'll check it out later. Do you know any good attorneys that are down to sue the U.S. government? I know a couple good attorneys. I don't know if they're down to sue the government. I assume you're willing to pay them a lot of money. There's nothing to drop the price either. You say there's nothing to prop the price up, but yeah, there's really not a lot dragging it down. If you think retail's propping up the price of the market or even an individual stock, boy, do I have some bridges I can sell you. We still expecting down soon on GME? Like next week, average Joe. We kind of look fine right now, actually. Meh. Where is it? Flop. So life has gotten in the way and I had to end my 2-year COVID break. Oh, I'm sorry, man. And start working again. Limited time actually listening. Anyways, when will we be loading up on GME calls? Thanks. Probably in the next couple weeks. Looking for either a bottom before or after the shareholders meeting. I love it when people comment on like retail moving markets. It's my favorite thing. $1 trillion in puts. Versus Greg Greg 5 shares. And his 100 0 DTEs. Hmm. 100% short utilization, also retail. Probably. I want to donate. What's your monthly membership? There's a bunch. You don't need to do that. I appreciate the sentiment. But if you want to look into the memberships, they're listed in the description. There's a link. I mean, MSM saying retail is moving markets. I mean, that's funny. Also, when people believe it. I want to, but it's listed at like a gazillion dollars. Oh, on the Ko-Fi? No, the memberships are on YouTube, not on Ko-Fi. That's a fucking, that one's a joke. It doesn't do anything. I mean, it does, but no one's ever going to pay that. It's ridiculous. The memberships are on YouTube. Thoughtbot, yeah. Do all memberships get access to Pickles Picks? No. But it's like if you're not really interested in trading, the membership's probably not worth it. I still feel that most people that do it to support the channel. And there's a portion of those that are very interested in trading, but it's not all of them. It says 250,000 in donate area. Thanks for that info. What? None of them say 250,000, but if you want to donate 250,000, I'll take the rest of the day off. What's your view on a Netflix bounce? Within the next month or so, I have a lot of 617 190s. I'm waiting for a reversal, even if short-lived. I mean, I think if money starts coming back in, they're valuable, but they're kind of margin to the hilt. I don't know. Netflix is tricky right now. I think they'll do things to improve their profitability, but I don't know how long it's going to take to play out. 190 doesn't seem unreasonable, though. I definitely don't make $250,000 a day. He's talking about Pontiff of VWAP on Ko-Fi. Oh, yeah. It's so the Browning, they're the memberships are in the description on YouTube. On the YouTube video. Here, do you have like a link for that or something? Should just have like a thing at the bottom of chat or something. Here. There. Yeah, the Pontiff VWAP thing is a fucking joke. No one's paying $125,000 to fucking be a member of this channel. Yet. Is this significant that someone just sold 1.2 million SPY? Someone didn't sell 1.2 million SPY. Somebody bought a big fat fucking straddle, it looks like. Or a shitload of calls. That's just because you haven't explained what the benefits are. I fly to wherever you are in the country and we hang out for a day and don't talk about stocks. On a private jet that you've paid for. Can we talk about crypto though? Ever hear of Luna? Yeah, I have. I'm not interested. If you want to go spend money to catch a falling knife, feel free. Kids' birthday parties? I feel like that's not really the right audience for me. Do you put out the 250K membership? I don't know. It depends on if we get a log or not. I remember reading the fine print that a slap and tickle was involved. I don't know what you're talking about. Turd. Oh, turd. I have a present for you. You thought I forgot, but I didn't.
Another Wyckoff point, a stonk stuck in the road. Theta grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you gave Kirk access to your wife.
I think you'd be great at explaining condors and straddles at a kid's birthday party. Maybe. If I saw you at a kid's birthday party, I would instantly take my children and leave. And then you would start handing out those wood cooked pizzas and keep me there with your sultry Italian wrists. I'm sorry to use CCs. What type of returns should I aim for? On GameStop? Positionally, it's minimal, like 2 to 3% of total capital a week. But it adds up quick. About a 105 for next week based on your speculation. If I lose money, I guess I deserve to. Probably. A little bit out of the money there. Does anyone know the hot tub stream number the weekend of your super stonk banning? No, but the upload dates should be on the videos. I don't remember when I got banned. It was like February something? February, like right around February OPEX. B has the edge, but C is a close second. Do they have any credibility on why the market moves? No, none at all. They have sources, quote unquote. Same like made up. One sec. Every time I leave the room, you guys wreck the price of the stock. You guys shorting it while I'm gone? Spy went for B. Yeah. I mean, we knew this was coming, but now the question is, does it bounce? Does it trade flat? Or does it move down? Justin, Bull, Cornichon for 2 months. Thank you. Die is my vote. But I got out of my VIX position and I don't want to buy back in yet. Well, it is back under 30. Nah, I'm gonna wait. Hello, Han. Welcome back. Good to see you're not dead. Hickory smoked covered calls. Consistency in the volume trend, Stefan. No more questions. You promised. Never mind. It's beverage. I have a gallon of espresso soda, but it's unsweetened. It's phenomenal. Okay. Bye again, Han. Source of that espresso soda? I don't know. I need to ask my friend. He bought it for me. I sold 15 cc's this morning at 95, 100, and 105, winning. So you're the one shorting the stock. Interesting. I just met a guy at a local public trading location. He said he had some of your covered calls, but they appear to have been previously opened. Do you repurpose return calls, or are these fakes? You know, everything leaves here hermetically sealed. What happens to it after it hits the market, I'm not in control of, but I would be wary. Check the QR code and verify that they're legit Pi-Fi covered calls before moving forward. If you have any questions, you can reach out to our customer service team between the hours of 4 p.m. Eastern. 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 1 p.m. Pacific Time. They'll be happy to assist you. No, it's not 24-hour service, JC. I can't wait to see your face when we go to the moon. Wait, did you become a member that fast? What? Why didn't it notify me? What kind of member are you? Cornishon. Thank you so much. Thank you. And close below 100, Gex is minimized. A bit, yeah. I don't know what you're talking about, Bipolar Bear. You should try it again. I appreciate it, Mark. I was an only child, and my parents never gave me as much attention as Pi-Fi does. What are Netflix of workers offended by? Oh my god, are all the people deprived of attention here only children? Mostly. Sign me up for another month. That's still not working, Bipolar Bear. Thank you so much. Noted. They're offended that they had to renew season 5 of Married Behind the Wendy's Dumpster on the first date. Well, yeah, we're doing the hot tub stream this Sunday, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm feeling good. Apartment clean, laundry done, made some puttanesca. I feel a bounce coming. Well, that's nice. I'm not going to say the current price action looks fantastic, but it's not that bad. At what point will you start streaming from an actual bathtub? After you unsubscribe? No, Special K9. Just wanted to say I wanted an explanation of examples of a good bounce versus a bad bounce. I didn't specify that because the 200 character limit. You saw an opportunity to give a forward answer. Bah. Get wrecked. Are there any obligations after next Wednesday? Nope. Thanks, Lorca. I appreciate that. Had some curry goat for lunch. Yum. Nice. I've been so surprised at some of the stick limit bids I've had filled over the last week. I owe that to you. Before I would seriously just do a market order. Yeah, fuck your broker. They don't deserve to make any extra money. You didn't call a breakdown. You were just asking me if 105s were safe. No obligations after next Wednesday. Can we expect them to short the fuck out of GME? Is that why you said we might see 73? Yeah. I'm just gonna re-ask on Monday or Sunday. We'll see if you remember. Maybe you'll take it on yourself to figure it out. What I told you everything you need to know. Now the onus of learning it and figuring it out is on you. I've never been friends with anybody longer than like Well, that I still talk to longer than like 2 years. Maybe that's not true. There's a few people, but I don't talk to them very often. Is the onus near the taint? It's pretty close. No, interestingly, not lonely. I like my own company. Most people aren't worth knowing for more than 2 years. True. If we MOASS, you're gonna douse yourself with your liquid nitrogen jug? I mean, if I need to. Depends on how hot I get. You don't have to have friends to receive the touch of another human. Clyde Buttersnaps. Ugh. I'm not into the paying for it. My interest there would probably even be more aligned with the Dan's. I wouldn't I wouldn't consider I wouldn't not consider being paid for it. But paying for it? No. I have a theory that people who choose to live in cities are secretly lonely, even though they don't admit it to themselves. That's why they live in cities, to be around as many people as possible. Alternatively, they like quick and easy access to amenities provided by living in a city. Videos have been very educational. Most of the other presenters make me feel like I'm at a racetrack and the horses have made the last run. They go over all these other plays like horses. Weird. I don't know. I don't really watch a lot of other finance YouTubes. Someone asked your opinion on a snooker player some time ago and their chance of winning the world championship. You looked at Google and said, "What about Ronnie O'Sullivan? He won. Well done." Hey, look at me. I guess I should have bet on that. Thanks, Chicken Tender Daddy. It came close. I just choked on my own saliva, I think. Is choking on your own saliva same as not good at being a human? That's all that my Tinder profile says now, Bob. It just says, "I'll manage your portfolio." It's working out. Have you picked up any GME leaps this week? No, IV's sky high. Target IV? Sub 100, ideally. IV 30. Can you explain, like, on 5 how you expect a stock to go up or down? No. I do look for it on the daily, initially. I've heard about this meat Kevin person. I'm really not in need of a butcher. I already have one, so I don't need Kevin or his meat, frankly. Turd, I told you, it only happened because I was nervous. I'll make it up to you next time. I think Pickles picks me in something totally different on Tinder. Hey, is this thing on? So anyway, Gurk, everyone asks when dumpster. However, no one is asking how dumpster. Thoughts? Well, we know how the dumpster is. I think the thing we should be asking is why dumpster. Any chance I'll try to crush the price into the weekend since they'll still have covering to do next week? I don't give a shit as long as we close up. FTD covering likely dead for today, but I think this is more a reaction to the SPY. You know what I'm saying? You see this? Peach. No problem, Walford. I've never seen something before in my whole life. I just made 10K on SPY puts, which will recklessly put into 5 DTE options, GME options Monday. Will you be my dad? No, but I'll still be disappointed in you. Now that you're reading this comment, is it fair to say that you're reading this comment? Yeah, it's reasonable. You said you might put out for the 250K membership level if there were good vibes. So it means you're selling your body for $28.54 per hour. That's deep value. Where do you get per hour? It's like 200,000 an hour. If I was Pontiff, you'd be making 15 million an hour. Thanks, Dork. Your mom's name is Peach? Wait. Really? I'm realizing that I don't have much of a personality if I can't ask questions. It's rough. It's good. It's you need to experience this, Stefan. Are we brothers, Dork? Beyond is up 20%. Okay. Why dumpster? Well, I come from a long line of degenerates in my family. And then one day my dad went out for cigarettes. Are these bottoms round enough for a breakout? I don't know. Ask Stefan. They look pretty sharp to me. Like bony bottoms. How did institutional positions change overnight? On GameStop? Not very much. We saw some call interest come in and PC drop a bit. Do you think SPY will keep falling till the end of the day on Monday? I don't know. Didn't it find support? It should have found support already. Yeah, it found support. It's doing fine. I stupidly DRS'd in October. I want to take my shares out of computer share. If I sold today, will the price reflect today's value or the value of the stock when they get to it? Sorry for being dumb. I think it's when you place the order. You don't have to sell, you can just transfer into a different brokerage without selling if you really want to go through with that. It takes like 3 days. It's not a big deal. And then you don't open yourself up to a tax liability. Elena, I don't know if you've ever tried putting a pizza in a vertical oven, but it's really not going to stay there. Gravity's working against you at that point. Was this a euphemism? I don't know. Have you not seen the vacuum sealed vertical ovens? How does NUE look to you? I don't really want to look at it, Velvet, but I will. actually kind of compelling. What do they do? Oh, they're steel too. Why didn't this one come up? Pig iron. Hmm. They make like garbage steel. Although, hmm. Got a little downside left on this. It's tough to say. I don't know when commodities interest is going to pick back up. It should be soon, but you might be able to get it cheaper. I don't know where Gaff is today now that we have 5 million volume. And he has to admit that I was right. Where is he? The vertical oven is the name of my farm to fork restaurant. We own every step of the production line. Nice. Nope, you're not invisible. I see you, Dominic Joseph. See you. You've been recognized. The toaster I have at home could never fit a DiGiorno. You just have to relax. Do you know the lyrics of a gherkin version of Tenny Man? I've got no musical ability, but if you know a guy, I think it could go platinum. Wait, who wanted to do the sea shanty? Was it Ben or Dan for hire? I'll forward it to the right people. Did you ever look into Dole? Might be a bright future ahead with all the demand on pineapple pizza. No, I'm aggressively shorting it so I can seller box it. The vertical oven was what I was hoping to feel as the price went up, but instead it feels like a hot pocket. You mean kind of cold and scalding hot in the middle? Bonfina setamana sotacito. I don't know what that means, Grandpa John. Cellar boxing seemed like getting into a fight at a fancy winery. The Napa Fighting Championships. I assume that would just be like 30 somethings trying to claw each other's eyes out over a glass of Pinot or Chard. It's not failure to delivery, it's DiGiorno. I always want to imagine like Gaff is like the little Caesar's pizza guy with like his little spear, but instead it says CNS. Like CNS. Was baseball ever your favorite sport? For like 3 months when I was like 11 years old, I got a baseball video game and I thought it was the coolest thing in the world. It wasn't. Just like that. Cena's pickle was gone. Is the spy hard to day trade? Yes. Profitable if you can do it though. You can't, but that won't stop me from trying. Is Tesla harder than the SPY to day trade? Tesla has a lot of risk. That's the biggest problem with Tesla. It can move away from you very, very quickly. The SPY usually won't do that. The security you entered must be liquidated before it can be transferred. You need to sell it at your current firm and transfer as cash instead. What? I think you need to call Computer Share or the brokerage you're transferring into and find out what the fuck is going on. They've been issuing small amounts of shares for over 30 quarters in a row, padding their revenue numbers, I'm assuming. Likely issuing to employees, Stefan. Honestly, a pro level delivery dry humor. It's brilliant. Thank you, Dominic. I appreciate that. Computer Share told me the transfer from Computer Share to your broker must be initiated by your broker. Okay. So talk to your broker. Oh yeah. Okay. Oops. No problem, man. Triple pointy bottom. This one's not so pointy. Have you transferred your LRC to Loop's wallet yet? Yeah, I think so. A little while ago. I wasn't gonna hold that shit and not stake it, right? You told me exactly what GME is going to do for the rest of the trading day. Also the next week. And also if the Cerner merger failure is going to happen. I hope so. I have puts too. So likelihood my 95 cc's will close a bit over 95. Right now, very, very high. Trying to figure out if buy to close these cc's as my 100 and 105 cc's should expire worthless. Might want to think about it. I've undrs'd 1,000 shares, no problem. God, Super Stock must fucking hate this channel so much. Kind of went a little too crazy buying loops. Fruit Loops? If you're a CERN deal is with the market lately, everyone they need to tender will gladly take $95 a share rather than watch it crater if the deal falls. They're kind of trapped. I mean, I think that the issue there is that, you know, Oracle may not want to push forward with the buyout because of market conditions, right? Not only is their stock dropping, but like why would you pay 95 for something now that, you know, might be worth 40 tomorrow? Think about selling some far out of the money 527 or 63 cc's here. Any opinions on that strategy? Leaving money on the table in case it runs early next week. I mean, probably. It's not the best time to sell them when they're crushing IV. I think the issue with 6.3s is, you know, selling them through earnings, because we don't know what's going to be announced, right? It is the yearly earnings. It's a little risky there. 527 I'll probably be selling covered calls for. Out of everything SS got wrong, were there things that they got 100% right? You say they, I mean, like, are you talking about like the main groupthink narrative? Or are you talking about like individual DDs on SS? Because yeah, there have been plenty of DDs that weren't wrong. If it's worth $40, I might be the first plots of a VWAP if popcorn doesn't beat me to it. How to undrs your shares? You have to request a transfer from the account you want them to be transferred to. CS only lets you transfer into CS or within CS. Oh, okay. The group narrative, I suppose you can say, i.e., seller boxing, short ladder attacks. No, it's pretty much entirely incorrect in almost every way. There are likely large short positions on GameStop tied up in derivatives. Large obligations for short positions tied up in derivatives. What do they call the bad guy in wrestling? There's a name for it. I can't think of it. Foil? Heel. Yeah, they've turned Kenny into a heel, thinking he's magically short the stock, but I mean, a lot of it is speculation born of general misunderstandings, right? Like Citadel, the market maker, it's a multi-strategy fund, but the primary strategy is volatility, which means it's unlikely that they're long short anything, right? Not really offloaded his bags, just probably never really had any. Bailed out Melvin because Melvin put his volatility positions at risk. Massive risk. Fucking destroyed Plotkin because, or not Plotkin, but Vlad because he could. To be honest, Kenny doesn't even know how to log into his Bloomberg terminal. There's a lot of things Ken Griffin may be. Stupid is not one of them. Chances for May OPEX are completely off the table. No, but still looks really unlikely given current positioning. Fair. What about net short positions held at Susquehanna, Melvin, Virtu? I don't think Virtu either. I think Virtu's kind of on the same side as Citadel, playing the volatility. Susquehanna and Melvin, absolutely. Primes? I think so. So if you want to know who's really short GameStop, right? It's whoever they offloaded those short positions onto via total return swaps. And that's going to be bigger players than Citadel. Someone who can hold a position of that size for a long period of time. So there's issues. Yeah, New York Melon's huge. Could be them. Could be like B of A, Merrill, Morgan, JPM. Because remember, when you commit to a swap, like if anybody remembers The Big Short, right? You know how they have to like find an ISDA, right? If you don't have an ISDA, you can't use those derivatives, right? So Prime has to back you. Not Merrill, Morgan. I mean, 200 billion's a lot of fucking money. That's another thing people seem to not really get is that GameStop is, trading at a $7 billion market cap, and you're talking about entities that have hundreds of billions to trillions of dollars in assets under management. No, there's other ways to get ISDAs. You don't have to have 1.5 billion in AUM. There's ways around it. It's possible. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure there's a degree of averaging up and covering done on short positions on GameStop during these runs because it's too advantageous not to. You know, if you're short at 5 and you can short at 400, you know, you're going to balance that position out over time. Could yesterday's action have been Melvin finally being liquidated? Unlikely, possible, but unlikely. I mean, Melvin hasn't reported a GameStop position for 2 quarters now. Over 2 quarters. Post a DD on SS on how to get an ISDA. But if you're short 10 million shares at 5, it's not easy to balance out. I mean, it is if you can short 10 million at 400. Swaps will get them out of the reporting requirements. Yeah, it does. It happened on a lot of stocks, yeah, because the position is not just GameStop, right? These positions are like sector wide. It's not. That's why there's baskets. Who beyond dumb retail in small numbers is buying at 400? I mean, the people driving the price up. People were buying at 400. Whether it be retail or institutions, market makers are buying at 400. They have to continue to hedge. Melvin lost money shorting GameStop during the bull run, then decided to go long right before a massive crash. I think the intention of the fund is to capitalize on the crash, deploying capital at the bottom, most likely. They're either closed or they're not reporting it. Do you sleep? You always look sleep deprived. Not very often, or very much when I do. The reason why volume throughout the entire market was lower today than the past few. Well, we had a lot of call interest flowing, especially into the SPY and stuff over the last couple days. We had call interest coming in, put positions repositioning. Today we have pretty decent volume on everything as well. It's a little lower, but not much. So Fridays kind of can tend to be lower volume. I find it highly unlikely they exited. I mean, they had losses on other positions too. It's not their only position isn't GameStop. Melvin lost shitloads of money on like Netflix and Facebook. They probably all lost a fuck ton of money on Amazon. But you don't see Citadel losing money. Citadel's just up, up, up. This whole fucking time. You still losing on Amazon? No, I think I'm gonna get called away. I didn't really lose any money on Amazon. The puts paid for the shares for the most part. It's just that the shares then tanked. So I'm out the premium the puts cost me. But if I get assigned on the covered call I sold, then that'll cover the cost of those puts, and I'll be, you know, kind of back to where I was, harvesting CSPs, waiting for the split. Yeah, I've heard about taking magnesium to try to... Yeah, I can't take melatonin because it fucks me up. That's on full port, 527, 110s. If you run back to 105 next week, it's up to you, man. I don't know. It would depend on where we push up to beyond 105. If we push up into the 120 range, it's unlikely that we're going to close out the week sub 105, right? Has there ever been any evidence of Ken, Gabe, and Steve conspiring together? No one knows. Maybe. I don't know. They took Vlad's phone, but then nothing came of it, so I'm assuming no. Don't worry, everyone. The DOJ is investigating. I know it's tinfoil, but there be any benefit to GameStop doing a reverse split? Yeah. I mean, theoretically, if it's a reverse split by dividend, it would force longs to recall shares. They went through Vlad's phone, but could only find calls to Ben Groffin. I mean, I can't imagine Vlad's a big fan of fucking Kenny's, given that Kenny dumped all his internalization on Vlad when Vlad was in the middle of a liquidity crunch. You think there's a swap out there betting on the SPY over under 400? Probably. Why would GameStop want to do a reverse split other than shaking off shorts? Oh, I mean, there is no reason. But if they want to shake off shorts, if they really wanted to poke them where it hurts, that'd be a hell of a way of doing it. Any chance my zero DT is going to grow more theta? Have you tried watering it? Check your DMs. Praise be the lady, VWAP, Riku. Have you sent me a... You've been out interviewing. You look very cleaned up, Darth. Is that Boone's Farm? I haven't had one of those since I was in high school. 2 pointy bottoms, 1 rounded bottom. And now another pointy bottom. Crime. I think the crime is actually only the pointy bottoms. If max pain is like 117, why in the world would this be the first week in 8 months that we're sitting so far below it? It's absolutely not the first week in 8 months that we're so far below it. As a matter of fact, through the entire down cycle of GameStop, we close the end of the week below max pain every single time. So max pain, closing price. Max pain, closing price. Max pain, closing price. Why? Because they're dropping the fucking price of the stock. The people who are like, oh, we close at max pain every week are just dumb. It's been below max pain for like a month. Yeah. I'm trying to educate the poor. Just say it's crime. Never. Unless it's actually crime. What do you think about those extra days last Feb when Robinhood was throttling buy limits way after the DTCC issues were supposedly settled? I feel like that didn't really get explained away. I mean, they were fucking like broke, right? Essentially, through GME's squeeze, like the Book of MOASS squeeze in January. So, this is what happens when you have a brokerage that has like 50 billion in assets under management and is self-clearing. Max Payne say like lights on at Citadel. No, it's not the best. I mean, for a long time it's all we had, but it's not the best estimate of, the market makers hedging. Like right today I think Max Payne's at like 107, right? Let me check. 103, but gamma neutral at 107, right? So Max Payne's, it's off. It tries, but it's more affected by intraday trading of options versus like whole chain gamma neutral, where you're looking at, the market maker's real goals. This week on Red is the new green. Find out if Gherkin can find enough stock at his grocery store to make another mega jug of dog tea, and whether or not Moonwind is going to get assigned. Credit Suisse raised removing CEO Gottstein as soon as this year. Ugh, sounds like another Credit Suisse guy going to jail. Why does everyone lie to me about BBY? No one's lying to you about BBY. Sag of Nebraska. The Swiss don't like criminals. Step CC, what are you doing to my options chain? Yeah, max pain's at 103. It's this as of this morning, but it's changed, right? Because nothing tracks max pain intraday. No, I have GME calls right now. I bought some earlier for 100 for 617. They're like 20 contracts. Mike Spickle, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson, man. I appreciate it. This is fun. Also true it's having averaged up enough as of last November to make the current prices on the short position green. Maybe. We have no idea, right? That's not a new track. That's the Long Johnson track. With the slide whistle. If I become a billionaire, will you manage my $10 portfolio? No. But I can help you apply for jobs. So you can grow your portfolio. Gotta get money from somewhere. Not being able to ask questions is dumb. You set yourself up for it. So, TG, thank you so much for coming to Billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Send me your resume.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got roles. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm Obama on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
I was listening to more music last night. And I was listening to Joyner Lucas again because he's my new favorite rapper. No, Joyner Lucas isn't a white dude. God damn it. I became a billionaire after Girk offered me help applying for jobs. Then he drove me to the dumpster behind a Wendy's and told me I had to give him 20% of whatever I made. Quiet. He's what's No, Machine Gun Kelly is the fucking worst. How long were you friends with Bill Huang? I mean, not long. But he's banging Megan Fox. Eh. Who's worse, Machine Gun Kelly or Macklemore? Machine Gun Kelly. I forgot to ask on CoFiber, is there hope for me breaking even on my 135C for next week? About at 157. What did I do wrong so I can learn? Well, you bought a short dated, very, very far out of the money call, far outside of the range of expectations for price movement. And now you're feeling the burn. And not in a good way. Didn't Eminem end MGK's rap career? I thought so. Or do you have a poster of MGK in your background? I don't. But I like to cover my walls with the posters of people I dislike the most. I was listening to the song Like a River featuring Elijah James. And there was a specific verse in it that struck a chord with me. And I was gonna share it, but now I'm having a hard time remembering what it was. How many Kanye posters do you have? None. Anybody who can sell shoes that ugly is an inspiration and a muse. No, I can't remember the verse now. I'm trying to. It's harder for me to remember things I've heard versus things I've read. Was it Don't Go Chasing Waterfalls? I mean, I listened to that last night too. Pour some out for Left Eye. What are your thoughts on angry grandmothers chasing you out of the cochina with her chanclas? I don't really have any thoughts on that. No, I can't Google the lyrics. I either remember it or it meant nothing to me. Thought he was white when I saw I'm Not Racist. No, he's the black guy in that song. Why does everyone think that? I still can't believe Patton Oswalt killed Left Eye. Oh shit. He's not the white guy. Oh, you guys are just fucking with me? Are you a big 5 sauce guy? No. I mean, I understand they're this generation's boy band, and I want to respect them just on that basis alone. Five sauce? Kendrick Lamar? I haven't heard that much of his stuff. I don't know any of the K-pop people. K-pop equals Kendrick Lamar's new stuff. I don't know what Blackpink is either. I feel like this started with me talking about something. I need to sleep more. No, I don't hang out with any YouTubers in my free time. Oh, that's right. The lyrics I can't remember. They were inspirational. Damn it. You hit the row machine lately? Uh, not yesterday, but the day before. Look like a love child of Matt Kors and Post Malone. I'll send you an NFT dividend. What was... He was like, I worked my ass off to get rich. Let's not confuse. Sacrifice my whole 20s just so I can move. While everybody else was chilling, hanging out with Cruz, I was writing a plan to finally win while trying not to lose. I think. Yeah. That sounds right. It was dope. I like that song. I'm not dropping bars. I don't do that. It was good, right? The whole song's pretty good. You guys will love it. None of you have dads. You're retiring at 40 to write rap? No. I don't have good flow. You just got demonetized. Probably. No, but I can teach you how to Dougie. Please don't. Do we see 200 before the share split? I don't know, maybe. His famous last words in that TGI Fred is, at what point would you look to roll August Bed Bath calls out to a further out date? After OPEX? Gibbles bits? How'd you know I don't have a dad? Good guess. Your kid's single view op from his debut record, Pineapple Pizzas for MOASS. It never gets old, people asking you for specific price time requests, and you give them, I don't know, maybe, without a thought. It cracks me up every time. Well, they're just like impossible to answer questions. So, true or false, Dan Almighty has a dad? I'm gonna go with true. I know, it's controversial. Financial literacy rap? If I didn't dad who loved me, he'd be disappointed with how I spend my precious chats on here. Vanguard options down, or did they nuke my privileges? I have no idea. Call him and ask. Tell us how to build a perpetual motion machine. Well, first, you need to find a mid-cap company with a low float and high ownership. Remember when someone super chatted you asking you to explain the Greeks, and you told them alpha was the most important because it was first? uh I cracked myself up. Chicken on a raft? No, it's a green day. We don't play chicken on a raft on green days. Get the fuck out of here. Will you have a child after Moss and call him Greg? No. Not unless I intend to disown him. Is this consolidation for a boom? It looks pretty good, but we'll see. Higher lows, nice. We get back to 617,100 for the price improvement next week. Thoughts? That's the contract I have. That's, I hope, okay. I thought people just had children so they wouldn't die alone. I just found out one of the 11 secret herbs and spices in KFC's batter is salt. Only 10 more to go. Nice. I like that you're striving for that goal. Is there a Power Hour song? No. I could play one.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
We still don't have a Cenas song, do we? Oh, we do. Hold on, because it is Cenas time.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here. I got something to show you. I think you might like it. Let me show you my secret Cenas. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause I feel so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bona fide market maker makes my secret Cenas hard.
Do you even buy any Bitcoin miners? No. Thanks, Fubar. Straight from 6 to midnight. You know what a pinch play is? Yeah, why? Look at EGY from when I told you about it, which is oil. No, I was gonna check it out after the stream. Did you DM me about it? Do I have to buy it today, Michael Anthony? Hmm. Hmm. I mean, their earnings were okay, but not overly impressive. They have another earnings coming up in August. 6-cent beat, 20% surprise. Kind of just in line with the rest of the oil stocks. It's interesting. I mean, do you know something about the short interest on it that makes it a compelling pinch play? Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to look into it a bit more. It's interesting. I'll give you that. I like the float size. I'm a black transgender AMC holder. Okay, congratulations. Firm is bullish. Good earnings beat. Jumped like crazy yesterday. Huh. I don't like that company at all. But I like that they're going up in price. It'll make it more fun to short the top. What are your thoughts on Google? I bought a share yesterday. They're about to do a 20-for-1 split. What do you mean, what are my thoughts on Google? I also intend to buy shares of Google. Not yesterday, but in the future for their stock split. It's very compelling. There's a guy on Reddit that lost $74 million on Luna. That's funny. Imagine having $74 million in some shit stable coin. CPG earnings, which report earnings on Thursday mornings, which had a big beat and the raise of the dividend, and a Canada oil company. I'm not so much interested in exploration, especially because they look keen to issue lots of shares and capitalize on growth in the underlying. Sorry, I missed that Ko-Fi. 1 second. I've been selling CCs for the past few weeks. I'm not sure about next week since you mentioned there's still some leftover exposure. Would CSPs make more sense? Yeah, if we find a bottom next week. Next week's just kind of shitty on both sides of it, honestly, for selling options. I don't like it. I don't like selling options into the shareholders meeting at all. And I know they're profitable right now, but GameStop's too volatile. You're still bullish for next week? I'm bullish for the early part of next week. I'm starting to feel a little bullish for the end of the day today, actually. Can you imagine having 74 million and feeling like you need to turn it into 76? Yes, I could. I can't imagine having 74 million and stopping there. We're trying to. Since I can't ask questions, all I can do is make provocative statements. Oh, Stefan. If one has now gotten enough shares to start selling CCs, have they missed the boat or will it continue to be a good option post-split? I mean, it should continue to be fine. You'll be able to sell more of them, too. If I had 74 million, I'd pull the ultimate cuck trader move and dollar cost average the SPY. Ah, these fucking prices, I wouldn't. $99.69 by end of day. Prove me not wrong and 69 with me. No. He promised he wouldn't ask questions through the rest of the day if I answered a question earlier. He's found himself in a tricky situation. Interesting. Possibly, I realized I bought to open instead of sold to open at 105. Then to close and resell to open at 98. I wish I was making this up. You know what, Moonwind? You just continue being the best trader that you can be. If you were in an options contract, which one would you be? If you were an options contract, which one would you be? Huh. I don't know, dork. You know, I'd be a Monday market open 5 DTE, bought and closed within the hour. You know, a good time, but not a long time. You know, to make strictly margin purchase, and they've got substantial margin, but when I try to make a purchase, it wants me to debit my cash. Thoughts? Why would you be using margin if you have cash? It'd definitely be a mortgage backed security. Proof in DM, shame me. You know what? I think this time I won't, man. I'm just gonna let you sit there and have it sink in. The next time you try to say you're a better trader than me. That'd be a put. It's definitely not the same like share, but gets to share a share with my best put friend. As long as he doesn't make eye contact with me, that's gay. I don't think eye contact specifically is gay. Oh, Jesus. Keep that cash liquid for options. What brokerage are you using, Dominic? Dude, I almost had you. Had me. You never had your trade, Gurk. Well, I never said it before, but now I have. OB Jabroni. Eye contact is gay? Are you sure? I thought it was the sexual relations they had with each other later that were gay, not the eye contact. You got 7 monitors to block the haters. You look good in maroon. Thank you. Although this is really more of a burgundy. But compliment taken either way. I can turn people gay with eye contact. That's because you entice them with your chicken tenders. Dick's Sporting Goods? Yeah, it's got nice upside potential right around the same time GameStop does. It's like in between GameStop and DDS. Popster and Trader. Uh, The first mistake you've said here, Space, was I've seen some stuff on Twitter. Let me tell you about Twitter financial posts. There's never anything to them. Unless it's Elon Musk tweeting bullish shit about Tesla. My broker auto-closed my position that was expiring today. I was up, and I was hoping to close at the end of the day. Oh, turn that shit off. Or stop using Robinhood. Thoughts on the power of these runs, these 2 past days, and how well they correlate with the days in March they originated from. It's compelling, isn't it? Anything interesting happened today? Yeah, I mean, we hit like 107, and then after that, nothing. It was a good morning for my 0 DTEs. Today's kind of like yesterday, though. I made a bunch of money in like the first 15 minutes, and I was like, why? That's what we need. We all need to be on the same page, so we're out of the market by like 10:30. This 4 p.m. stuff is bullshit. It's like having a job. I tweeted about DRS in May 2021. You fucked us all, turd. Thanks. Yeah, but a fun one. You really need to do a better job of broadcasting your exact trades with flashing lights, and maybe you can just remote into my PC. I mean, I bought 0 DTEs on this account too. I bought like 100 Cs at market open, and then just rode that shit up to 107, and then I sold them all, and that was it. That was the whole day. I was done. I think I made like 7,000 on this account, and I made fucking, I don't know, more on this one. Yeah. Why work after that? Mainstream media keeps lying about GameStop since Wall Street doesn't care about taking retail's money. If they had a good thing going, they would keep reminding everyone to forget about GameStop. But they do. It's cyclical. They remind everyone to forget about it, and then they remind them it exists, and then they tell them to forget about it again. Remember what happened when they forgot about Dre? With all the recent developments, I think it's time that we come back to the main question. If hedgies have infinite money, they keep suppressing the price forever. It's not that they have infinite money, it's they're making infinite money. Your blue line is holding the stock back. No, it's not. Yeah, under 100. GameStop under 100, same like free? Maybe. I don't need to do that, Mr. Poopy Pants. He's clearly already got a thing for me. BBY 50%, 10-day volume bullish? Not yet. Soon. Short hedge funds make money off the GME cycles. Is it primarily the MMs that holding the bag or other funds? I mean, it's mostly the ETF shareholders that hold the bag. Or take the loss, right? Why are BBBY 80s up 20% today, while Jan 60s are down 5%? Increased volatility. At that strike. Those like outer edge high IV high Vega calls they're very sensitive to moves in the implied volatility. That's why they use them to hedge their replicating baskets, like dupes. Spies been rejected more times than Carlos Mencia speed dating other comedians. Can you predict my death like you'll predict ETF FTDs? You'll die surrounded by the people you loved. Choking on your own saliva. It won't be pretty, but it'll be nice. I'm working at a DD for a while now. Can you check DMs and tell me if I'm onto anything? Oh, yeah, absolutely, Walford. Zero TTE calls. Zero TTE puts. Big money. DD for a 510 gang. Yeah, it looks pretty accurate. Oh man, you really weren't kidding. How do you end up in these situations? You're making me feel more high than I should be. I'm sorry. I'm tired. We're not breaking 98. 96.69? Inception? Maybe. Yeah, small sell-off. This isn't super catastrophic, though. It looks like it's still going to close at like 450, 401 in that like small range. Chicken, that was way too specific to be improvised. And it wasn't. I was just telling him the future. This is a pretty nice death. Thank you, kind witch. Appreciate it. I learned most of it from the stream. Thanks to the education. No problem, man. I'm glad that it's rubbed off on you. Or that you've been rubbing off on it. Whichever. Seriously, I'm here. Thank you, Rug Pullopotamus. You know, with this current uptrend, I think you need to go back to VWAPopotamus. Expecting any gex for next week? No idea. We'll see what it is after close tomorrow. Yeah. Well, I could check it later tonight, but I'll probably forget. I have nightmares of Ken's face when he rang the bell at Stock Exchange. GME 9806 end of day. It's by this time to drop to 390. Sure. I have GME too, just nowhere near as many. I mean, one of them is far cheaper than the other, so if you had equal amounts of money invested into both, then you would have more AMC than GME. I don't know why you own AMC. Maybe you can weigh in. What are you bullish on? Do you just like go to the movies? Yeah, Billionaire stream 12:30 on Sunday. Think 500 achievable for GME? Yeah. I mean, I fucking hope it doesn't hit 350. I like to buy shares directly from Ed Marin. The gold mine, duh. I once owned AMC calls back in Vietnam. Those are different times. I don't want to talk about it. I mean, I owned AMC calls at different points too, but that's not really the point. Like, buy and hold AMC is a totally different story than fucking running calls on it. That is a better decision, Volgavana White. $250 in July or just like later in January? I don't know. They're gonna split the stock. If your target's 300 and they split the stock 3-1, then your target's 100. What happens in the Billionaire stream? Legit question. Uh, Mostly like questions, but everyone gets like a little more time, and we talk about other stocks primarily. Dig in a little deeper on GameStop stuff sometimes. Usually when we do that though, I have it like open to the public. Like everyone can tune in and watch. It's beautiful Nintendo power. What's up, Lord of Nork? Do you have any more expected ups till OPEX? Maybe Monday and Tuesday? Diamond handing June options. Wondering if that's not smart. It usually isn't. But I am too, if it's any consolation. When's the longest you would wait to buy in? Jesus Christ, everybody has so much FOMO. Relax. Even if it starts running, you can still just buy in. Everyone trying to be the guy who buys at 83. Thoughts on Salt Bay? Overpriced, mediocre food. Yeah, nano options seem like a good way for them to scalp spreads off retail traders that can't afford to buy real options. I'm pretty faded this afternoon. I'm just tired. I get a lot of sleep last night. How do I get added to the Billionaires Discord? Go to settings on Discord, and then you go to connections, and then you link your YouTube account. Like you just like log into your YouTube account from Discord, and it links the two together. Yeah, I definitely think below 90 is still on the table. Especially towards the end of next week. This definitely isn't MOASS. Would you share something that surprised you this weekend? Can be anything. Yeah, I'll let you know after the weekend's over. Everyone is afraid of the buy button being turned off again, rightfully so. Yeah, I don't think they're going to turn off the buy button at $97. Look at buy Girk's VWAP hat. Thanks, Girk, for always keeping discussions realistic, even when hopium is high or low. You instill confidence in handling whatever the market throws on us. Thanks, man. It's very nice of you to say. Why is next week so bearish? I mean, initially it's not, and then it becomes bearish. Why would it be bullish? You know, GameStop, most of the time, pretty bearish. Like, it spends the vast majority of its time going down or trading flat. And then a few days every quarter, it runs up really, really fucking hard. You expecting the same option plays on Monday as we had this morning? I don't know yet. I'll have to review the data after close today and see if they shed the rest of that hedge position. The other reason why Netflix is going up 7%, will it reach 200 sometime the next week? It could. I would imagine it's going up because the SPY went up. It is outperforming a little bit. But everything's kind of going up right now, right? Netflix is doing okay. I don't know if I'd target a break of 200, but it might test it. Can you at least merch the VWAP hat so other pickles can recognize each other in public? Do you guys really want to? Chris Peacock, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord after the stream. I'll get you out into the country club. Have you ever purchased anything with crypto? No. Crypto's not very good at doing that.
Get the cash in advance cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go back. Hoping that you read the DD cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY please cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he see no collusion.
Christine Lagarde's MOASS gods.
Motherfuck trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Do you actually manage your Tinder dates portfolios? I mean, sometimes. Define manage portfolio. The VWAP hat is a fitted hat. It's not a snapback. I'm not gonna sell snapbacks. Dan's only accept bull mayo and cash. Do you manage their spread? It depends on if I intend to exercise or not. It was the least informative stream by far. Good. I'm glad you feel that way, Digital Good Time. Come on, man. Moonwood getting us signed again. Ah. Look at him go. Just remember this moment the next time Moonwind tells you about how great a covered calls he is. He was at 98. Fucking guy can't hold on to his shares for a week. I'm not gonna get a sign. I'll roll. No, he accidentally bought 0DT 105s. And then he had to close those out and sell at a lower strike because he got burned by buying the wrong contract in the first place. Correct. I think the SPY holds 400, which is bullish as fuck, actually. We're coming back. Covering versus closing, same thing. People are just stupid. Christine Lagarde, Lady VWAP. No. It's pinned to 400, 402 by MMs. For the most part. Bears got J-plowed. Calzones sound like pizza folded in half. That's disgusting. I don't like calzones. $100's a bit of a stretch, but I'd love to see it. Thanks for another great week. Not leaving, but saying cheers. Thanks, Dominic. I appreciate it, man. Spicy margaritas. What person is closest to your vision of Lady VWAP? No simple mortal could compare. I think you signed up my course CRSP CCs. Is that something you wanted to happen? Lady VWAP told me that the final price will be 169. Unless we get a lot of volume right now. Oh, maybe. Lady VWAP, Lisa Sue. Close. If I had to describe Lady VWAP, I would say that, you know, maybe she's not the hottest girl you've ever met. But she's really nice and smart and fun to hang out with. You know? Like a keeper. I have a confession. I'm attracted to Cardi VWAP and a rounded bottom breakout. No, Lady VWAP's an independent material, an independent lady, not wifey material. Dan Almighty. She manages her own portfolio. She doesn't need you to mansplain her spread, all right? Manspreading. Yeah, well, we have gamma exposure from the massive increases yesterday and today. And then after that, you know, we have FTDs still due from ETFs for a few more days. Next Wednesday looking like a good time to pick up some UVXY hedges. I don't know. It depends. There's a lot of open interest for next Friday. And if they bail on it, the market's going to go up more. Gex plus FTDs make for some good ups. It can. Short lived, but good. Stanley Cup predictions. I don't know who. Is that for the ice tummy sticks? I slowly unliked it so that YouTube will share the feedback with you. It will. It'll be like this guy, and it'll show me a picture of you, and then, you know, some snippets of your most embarrassing emails. No, Nancy Pelosi is not Lady VWAP. I'm not denigrating anybody who doesn't play options. Who's coughing now? Only by options so you think I'm cool. Not working. We're about to gap up. Watch. Ding ding. The market's closed and nothing interesting is happening. We're close tonight. I just want to say I love you and the community, and I may be down more money than I ever thought to be on GME and BBBY, but I hodl in hopes for unknown riches. Thank you so much, Natty. I appreciate it. I'm sorry you're down right now, but just down for now, right? Second day halt? There's no halt. Kind of a lackluster after hours. All right. So we saw a little bit of an FTD run today. We kind of dipped hard with the market around the mid-afternoon. You know, following that active fund flow after the initial morning burst of covering, which came in like a series of several runs, which this is a bit weird. We usually don't see it play out like this, but I'm guessing they did this to prevent the halts that we saw yesterday. Maybe trying to protect some of that volatility and bleed it out. We still see covering occurring through here, and I would say this is probably the last significant amount of covering that we saw today. After that, we pretty much just tracked with the market, dragged around by, you know, fund flow. So minimal FTDs due today. We'll see what Monday brings, but we do have, you know, a 10% increase in price 2 days in a row. I think that'll be pretty important for gamma exposure into the T+2 window next week. And in addition to the FTDs that we'll have. So hopefully we'll start to see some positive GACs and a little bit of a delta hedge working in our favor. Still closing below gamma neutral, so not a lot of it, but there'll be some. Definitely enough in the money calls open this week to apply a little bit of pressure. I think that's probably about it for today. If we go out here and check out the Wyckoff trend, it looks good. It looks like we're seeing a fairly solid bounce on our bottom line. Give me 1 second. Let me pull this up. You know, so we got a nice bounce here on the low end resistance, a little higher actually, if you want to get technical, than our spring test, which was back here. We bounced at one higher, or our spring, not the test. But we're right in the range of where our test was the last time. I think we're gonna, you know, still experience very similar price action to what we saw at the end of, or early part of February here. So, you know, maybe some more ups next week, and then we'll likely see a stronger downside into this range down here. Following that, or moving into the shareholders meeting, I would say. May OPEX is going to be out here on the 20th. Anything else? I don't really expect any price movement during that period. If we start to see, you know, options like long positions pile up into the end of next week, it's possible we'll see a May OPEX run, but I think with seeing covering this early, it's pretty unlikely. And not enough time between the cycles for us to really experience at least not as much upside as this. So we'll see how that plays out. We'll be watching the options contracts that closed today to see if they're still in their hedged put positions, because that might give us an indicator of what's to come on Monday. I think OPEX is pushed to June, just because, you know, they need enough time to build up that position, and additionally on top of that, you know, they probably don't want to cover until they know what's going on with the split. So it benefits them to move it into June and also to, you know, cover quarterly. We're on the street as you're working on a new DD. True or false? Statement, not a question. It's a question, but it's true. Thanks, dude. See you next time. No problem, kind of huge. Is it possible they could delay it past June? No. We have the S&P. Remember the indexes rebalance on quad witching? And I don't think they can carry those positions beyond that point. So we know they can kind of, and we also kind of see, you know, puts being rolled forward on XRT and stuff, which is indicative of them, you know, moving the position out an additional month. Members only stream Saturday 12:30 p.m. Thank you guys all for tuning in this week. If you're a member, make sure, or became a member today, make sure to hit me up on the YouTube. And I appreciate it, guys. Have a good weekend, everybody. And if I don't see you Sunday, I'll see you Monday.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Crean, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate! Hydrate! Did you get any of that? It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulon.